Anybody else want some of this? Man, you want some of this too? No, ain't no add-ons. This ain't betting in Las Vegas. But you gotta get a point spread, and ain't none of that. There's money on the line. I might go home and go up.
Is it like Dr. Holmes? You gotta make it fit Dr. Style.
What time did you start?
Gotta get these fucking guns off the street. You need to start talking about some serious shit. Man, we gotta get these guns. The nigga did all the stop the violence marches Saturday. Started shooting each other Saturday. Did you play that? Funny film. She don't know nothing. No, real talk, cause I can't say whether two votes is a bad or good. Because he don't know nothing about sports. But look at you. And in that situation, they got enough money to put the whole back on. And the polls got to be in place, they got enough money to put the whole back on. That nigga said, you go on through the park and get out your car. It's got two votes.
Candace, you want to start?
Got six. That might not be here today. Yeah, I know how she feel. I ain't got shit to say. That's why I said that shit on Johnny. I was like, man, Johnny, I was like, last time I went out, I come on. This hit with this old me song.
They be watching. I know they be watching. I ain't saying what she said. That's your first word. Nick. Hey, Nick. Hey, Nick. They be watching. Oh, I know they be watching. Click like and share. What's going on? That's a nice chair. She brought us some snacks up there. Not y'all. Not y'all.
That's how immigrants would walk around that convention. You know, she just lost her next bag. We'll get her out of that. At the next meeting, so everything back, you start back in. You got a turkey sandwich instead of a chicken? both of them got feathers and wings. And I'm just messing with you.
Start the meeting. Start the meeting. It's 5:48. Start the meeting. Start the meeting. It's 5:50. Start the meeting. Start the meeting. It's 5:48.
Oh, shit, what time? The time is now 5:51, and this special city council meeting is now being called to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alleman,
Present.
Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Want to know if our newly elected councilman of the 9th Ward will lead the Pledge of Allegiance, please. And now it's time to offer the prayer of the blessing. So before we go forward, we would like to ask if there's anyone on the council body that would like to remember someone that may have transitioned. All right, anyone that may have transitioned? All right, seeing none, I would like to take my time to give a special condolence to the family of May Ella Perry. That's a special condolence to the family of May Ella Perry. So now we're going to have a moment of silence. Okay. So now we are going to do the prayer or the blessing. Councilwoman of the 7th Ward, could you please lead us in the blessing for this meeting?
If all minds are clear. Heavenly Father God, we come to you now just first and foremost, thanking you for this day and time. Thank you for your grace, your mercy, your love, and your favor, and for keeping us. We ask now that you keep us as we sit here and then as we travel back to our respective locations. We thank you for an opportunity to gather together today to uplift your kingdom and to uplift the residents of Flint. We ask that we stay focused on our goals and what we should be doing. We thank you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. The reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. Next on the agenda, we have the request for agenda changes or additions to the agenda. Are there any requests for agenda changes? Seeing none, the agenda is set as is, and we'll go directly into public comment. Madam Clerk, first public speaker, please.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hey, my name is R.L. Mitchell. I'm here to talk about that DDA downtown. We here to, like last night, Erskine Young didn't come and address we the peoples of Flint. He's supposed to be here today. And I'm here to find out what a hanksy-head Negro really is. But I think I found out this morning when I went to get my morning coffee over on Clio Road in Pasadena in Ward 2. After I was coming back across the street from the store, I seen a puppy 2 blocks away running towards me. But when he got to me, I thought he was gonna jump in my hand, but then I noticed he was trying to get a biting position on me and locked it. It's a pit bulldog. He's window. I told him, I said, I said, get back, man, just stay there. But I didn't let no, and then I heard somebody say, well, you can have the MF. So that's a big black guy walking down. I thought, that's what a handkerchief head Negro is. And then when I got into the McDonald's, everybody was looking out the window. They was surprised at the handkerchief head Negro mutt, whatever that. But he don't blame it on the mutt. The mutt just doing, the dude just talking to himself, something you can have the MF. And just like them all DDAs, that's what remind me of, in the police department. The one that jumped on Mays and stuff. Then he tried to jump on the white man. The white man didn't tolerate the drunk, and he lost his job time he got in the place. You stinking handkerchief head Negroes and all them other handkerchief head Negroes and the white pale facing handkerchief head too. You got that? Nobody can sit down and eat a decent meal for premeditated drunken peoples like that drunk. They're with her head down looking like Eveline, talking that junk, say another word, and then a sack taken up for and junk. Just like that right ahead at Southwestern. Lonnie Brown was walking around like Jesse Jackson. He's still with his high school sweetheart, just because he's a godly man. But they don't know. They don't know. Keep on doing it. All this in Ninth Ward. Deal with 1505 Tacoma Street, because that was Mays. You'll see what, hey man, there ain't nothing but a money pot over there. Just like this DDA is a money pot. They just wasting money. I ain't went over there since Mays straightened that stuff out, because I ain't got my will read to me yet. And because everybody acting funny, acting like handkerchief head Negroes in the pale faces, backing them up. Like Miss Priestley, get on there and make an interview. Only one camera on Miss Priestley and let the whole world see what's going on in Flint. With Channel 12, cause the mayor,
all
he worked
right.
at Channel 12 and all that.
Thank you,
bald-headed
Mr. Mitchell.
I keep take that.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? I watched the meeting last night. Like I said, it was heartbreaking when I found out what was going on Facebook. I don't really do social media, and for y'all to even have anything to say ain't right. And as council people, y'all can't behave on social media if it's y'all regular people, because they're gonna treat you different. And y'all are expected to be different. It's just sad that y'all playing on a hardship. And if you got to be friends with somebody for them to be able to tag you in anything, if some kind of friend request had to be sent. So either y'all are sending these people that's putting out this negative content friend requests, or y'all are accepting friend requests from them. But at the end of the day, the stuff that they're doing is reflecting y'all, and it's a part of y'all image. I have asked y'all nicely to be prepared to have your door knocked on. Always be able to answer your door. Some of you guys are doing some things that are gonna make y'all look through your ring doorbell and say you're not at home. You're just doing it. And I don't have to say no names. I don't have to point no fingers. Y'all know who it is. So when the tire hits you, hold your breath. It's gonna hurt, but it's coming. It's coming. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can see it. And y'all got to give Mr. R.L. Mitchell a break. This room gonna get tore up when he receives his second warning. So if y'all goal is to create a super duper, cause y'all start a bonfire damn near every other meeting. So if y'all goal is to really create a bonfire up in here, go ahead and give them a second warning. Cause y'all are itching up towards that. So either y'all can have a little peaceful mind and realize that the citizens of Flint is sitting in an echo chamber. It is a hell of an echo out here. Y'all can't even hear yourselves, but y'all can hear the back of the room. But yet, y'all only give us 3 minutes to speak. We need to have our 5 minutes, and y'all need to have 10 minutes to address us instead of 2.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
That's
you.
your time. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Kawana Mack.
I'm back. Kawana Mack. This is a replay. I got confused. I thought I could talk about what I want to talk about. But, man, I just said, woo, Mr. Jarrett, Winfrey Carter, Ms. Turner, this is what democracy look like. Ooh-wee! We got a brand new day coming. And I don't care what y'all do, I'm still watching that money. Y'all like to play the shell game. Put it over here, you say it was over there. And then have your friends come up and ask for it. And Miss Judy Priestley walked down off that podium to go back in behind closed doors and tell them people how to come back to get the $25,000. Liddell saw you do it. She gonna come down again and tell the people how to do it. Man, y'all is the crookedest people in America. And Miss Lewis always reading this reading of disorderly person. You should be the first one walk down off that podium and handcuff. And I can't wait to see y'all do that perp walk. You hear me? Look it up. And man, like I was saying last night, number 7, you ain't safe. You finna be out of here, okay? I can't wait. You the water lady, but never talk about the water. What can you do to help us with this poison water? We need something for the $300,000 you trying to steal. Oh, y'all not stealing. Y'all misappropriating funds. Oh, it's called embezzlement. Look that up. But Elamine, I ain't forgot about you over there. I see how you coming. Quiet. I'm not gonna really show my hand yet, but I already saw it. Like I told you, I saw you on that podcast, Flint After Dark. He asked you about those ARPA funds. No, I didn't get nothing. Did you get a letter? Yeah, I got the letter. So last night you tried to clean it up a little bit. What the ARPA funds that I did get, I got it before I was appointed. We ain't asked when, we just asked, did you get it? Before all the other residents with the leaky roofs, bad windows. But Miss Lewis, like I was saying, I don't see why you don't want people to come and help beautify our neighborhood. We need these willow trees. Why wouldn't you want a willow tree? You ain't got none in your park. Let them go over there and do it for free, or take the money out your pocket. We gonna take money from the ARPA and give it to them to put some trees up. You get out of here.
Thank you, ma'am. That's your time.
You know what? You doing good. That was nice. You said that.
That's
nice.
your time, ma'am.
You said
Thank
that
you.
nice.
Next speaker, please.
I'll be back.
The last speaker is James Moore.
I got this halfway right. From the 2nd Ward. We got a nice day going. I hope we get through the night the same way. But I'm gonna talk back about Cloud Road and the work that was put in that came out nice. But I'm also bring up Pearson Road, which borders on to the first ward. Those trees are sidewalk, just in case if you ain't rode by or try to walk down it, just to give you an idea where to stop at. I know that we're cleaning up for the event that you have coming up, but just remember all of the second ward, and there's a lot of places that need a lot of help. And that's all I gotta say. So, Liddell, do your best.
All right, did you say the last speaker, Madam Clerk? All right, perfect. So now it's time for council response. Any council response? Any council response?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. I just want to thank all the public that is here, those who were here last night and who are here today and through this process. Our agenda looks like it's a little more lengthier than I thought for reconsiderations, but this is your council chambers. And for each and every one of you that come to speak, we do owe it to give you our attention. You elected us, and we work for you. So hopefully tonight, we won't be here till almost, was it 12, 1 o'clock? Hopefully tonight it'll be a lot sooner. I still, they have what they're calling the tripod gate back on here. I don't believe in restricting video usage, not for A10 News Media Group, not for Channel 5, I believe that was here, which they had their tripod, and neither for Spectacle TV. I don't believe in limiting freedom of the press, and I believe in our constitutional right. I don't think a tripod in this area, if you're on the front row, is something that is so dangerous. It's not. It's not dangerous at all. We got more things which are more serious and dangerous, like running dogs around that owners don't take care of them. And I had one that was shot today because it mauled 3 of my residents. One has to have surgery. Gunshots that go uncalled, and we don't have an officer to respond, not one single officer for gunshots. And a bullet pierced went from Sherwood Street to Coventry and to someone's house near a child's bedroom. Priorities is what this council has got to understand. And tripod gate is not a priority when we don't have an officer available, unfortunately, because our violence and the uptick is so serious. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else for council response? Anyone else for council response?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. I want to respond to Rich Jones. As a council person, if you want to have a meeting with me and discuss anything with me, I don't mind you calling the council office or calling my cell phone and setting up a meeting to meet with me to discuss anything that you would like to discuss. But popping up at my house and I didn't say.
Sir, no back and forth.
This ain't a back and. I'm responding to you talking about people popping up at people's house and on the door cam or whatever that you said that might happen. I'm saying for this councilman in the 3rd Ward, I would prefer for you to call the office. You have my personal cell phone number. If you want to have a meeting with me, you can have a meeting with me, but far as just popping up at my house, we don't do that. And I'm not into that, and I will respect that my colleagues, if you guys want to meet with me and you have other people from out of town or in town that want to meet, y'all can set up a meeting. I'm more than willing to meet and talk. But as far as that just popping up at my house, I don't, that's personal. And when I go home, I'll be shutting everything. I don't even answer my door, especially if you didn't come and let me know you was on your way. You gonna get left outside. But if you keep on knocking, I'm gonna think you breaking in.
What? Not you, Councilman.
All right. Mr. Mitchell, you're being brought to order.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mitchell, you're being brought to order. Next, you will receive your first warning.
Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I see some faces that were here last night. I just really want to thank you for coming back. Today, I guess we're supposed to be adopting the budget, but I happen to believe that that's premature. When we as a council body, we have not had a working meeting to even discuss the budget. So this is going to be interesting. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Anyone else for council response? All right, seeing that there is no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. So, Mr. Rich Jones, I heard exactly what you said during your council comment, and unfortunately, speech like that sounds like it's inciting violence. And so that's part of the issue that we have in the chamber. You was at the lectern, and you said if Mr. Mitchell gets his second warning, there will be violence in these chambers. And that right, I'm bringing you to order. And that alone is the reason why we have to have these officers here at our meeting, because we have individuals that's inciting violence. We must make sure that this is a safe place for everyone to come and utilize their democracy. We need to make sure this is an orderly place. Things are done in order. You have your 3 minutes to speak at the lectern. You do exactly that. But it's, in terms of yelling out and disrupting the meeting, that's not an option. In terms of threatening colleagues up here, that's not an option. So the fact that you made mention of violence being incited, that's not an option as well. And we don't take threats lightly. So with that being said, this concludes council comments, and we'll go ahead on to the next resolution, which is reconsideration for resolution 240191. What's the pleasure of the body? Did I hear Ms. Priestley?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Byrne.
Due to the city clerk, reconsideration, does it take 6 votes or 5 votes?
5 votes.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
All right. So what's the pleasure of the body for resolution, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I would like to move for a consent agreement, or do we got to take these individual because this is a special city council meeting?
So let's verify.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, so for reconsideration, do we vote to reconsider and they pass, or we vote to reconsider and they're on the agenda?
You're voting to reconsider to place them on the agenda.
Okay.
And I'm sorry. If you'll notice, I put them on the reconsideration, but they are included as well under the consent agenda if you reconsider them. So after they're reconsidered, you can then include them as part of your consent.
Request for information.
What's your request?
I guess, and this is to the chair, to the clerk, about reconsiderations and the number of votes. Clerk Donahue, do you realize in Robert's Rules of Order, it says that reconsideration is 2/3 of a vote?
Robert's Rules also speaks to a body creating its own rules that would then supersede Robert's Rules. And your rules do no longer say that it's 2/3 majority. It says that it can be reconsidered and it's just a majority vote. So that's no longer in the rules, and your rules would supersede Robert's Rules.
This is just, in my opinion, just lawless.
Okay, so now we're on to reconsideration. So the chair will entertain a motion to reconsider resolutions 240191, 240140, 240177, and 240181.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the seventh ward.
I make a motion that we reconsider the aforementioned resolutions.
I didn't hear you.
I make a motion that we reconsider the aforementioned resolutions.
Okay, do we have any support?
I'll support.
Okay, so it has been moved and supported by the councilman in the first ward. So just for
Madam Chair.
please hold. So just for clarity, Madam Clerk, do we do discussion for reconsideration? Please hold.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Madam Chair, is that motion with separations?
No, it's not. It's not the consent agenda. So go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Her nasty.
I don't want to defer to the attorney. I would rather, I just need to consult with the attorney on one thing before I respond.
So you said defer to the attorney?
Yes, to the question of whether there's discussion, I would believe this is effectively a main motion, so there would be a discussion on this as for a main motion.
Point of order.
Okay. What is your point?
I need him to repeat that. I can't, it's hard to see you and I didn't understand you.
Sure, as this is acting as a main motion, this would be discussion as any other main motion.
Okay.
Point of order.
And what is your point?
How many rounds of discussion?
The main motions have 2 rounds with 5 minutes for the first round and 3 minutes for the second round.
My last
right.
request for information. Will these be moved over to our consent agenda?
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right, so any discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Ms. Mushat.
I would like to call the question.
All right, so there has been a motion before to call the question. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Priestley. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for calling the question.
Mr. Alaman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. The call for the question passes, so now it's time to pass resolutions 240191,
Madam Chair.
240. Ms. Burns?
I would like to send 240140.
We're not there,
Oh.
ma'am, we're not
These
there.
rules, it's a majority.
So, right now, we are on the floor for a motion to pass into reconsideration, Resolution 240191, 240140, 240177, and 240181. These are resolutions that will be moved to the consent agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alaman?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. So, resolutions 240191, 240140, 240177, and 240181 is now a part of the consent agenda. So now the chair will entertain a motion to pass the consent agenda with any separations.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
I would like to make a motion to pass the consent agenda. Do I need to name all the resolutions?
No.
for the consent?
You don't have to.
With any separations.
Okay. Is there any support?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Priestley.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I'd like to separate everything.
All right, everything will be separated, so therefore we will not be passing the consent agenda. All right. So now we are moving on to the, to the first ordinance,
Madam Chair.
Resolution 240191.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Ms.
Make a
Patel.
motion to approve 240191.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to approve Resolution 240191. Any support?
Support, Madam Chair.
Supported by the Councilman in the 7th Ward.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
call question.
All right, so
Support.
call question, supported by the councilperson in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. For calling the question.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? No. Ms. Burns? No. Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Earl Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Calling for the question passes. So now it is time to vote on ordinance 240191. And this is for the passing of the amended ordinance to the section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, for the record, this would be to acknowledge for first reading. It would not be approved. It would be to acknowledge for first reading.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So, so acknowledge for the first reading. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? No. Ms. Burns? No. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Earl Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. So the acknowledgement for first reading is now passed. So now we're moving on to Resolution 240140. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to approve 240140.
There's a motion to approve Resolution 240140. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Mashat?
I'd like to call the question.
All right, so there's been a call to question. Any support?
Support.
Any support?
Support.
Supported by the Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Earl Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. That call for the question passes. So now we will be voting to approve Resolution 240140. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because this is a DDA disaster, and I'm gonna let them own this.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Earl Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention, so that resolution passes. Now we're on to Resolution 240177.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Murphy?
I would like to approve Resolution 240177, appointment for the Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors, Judy Priestley.
Any support?
Support.
Madam Chair.
Supported by the council.
Madam Chair.
Pardon, you can't hear? Okay. Okay. Mr. Murphy, talking to Mike, thank you. All right, so, and that's supported by the councilperson in the 7th Ward? All right,
Madam Chair,
go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I'd like to call the question.
Point of order.
All right, Go ahead.
Point of order.
What's the point?
She had said that before, right afterwards, I had asked for the floor, so therefore it should have went to
So-
me, not to her.
Oh, okay,
Thank
I didn't
you.
hear you. Not a problem. So go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Jesus. I mean, we can see the gameplay that is doing, call for the question, not given an opportunity.
Point of order.
What's the
The
point of
time's
order?
not going.
Thank you.
And so we can
Madam,
clearly see.
Please hold. Okay, go ahead.
We can clearly see what's happening here tonight. They've come with their 5 votes ready, locked and loaded, not given an opportunity for debate. Half of these failed, and they're willing to go ahead and continue to move these. Councilman Pfeiffer made a very valid point, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not supporting Judy Priestley for the DDA director. Is that the one that we're on? I believe. Number one, there was a meeting, I was told, at 1 o'clock, and I'm going to foil your Google account, your Google meeting. Not just that, I was told it was held in the attorney's office. And through you, Madam Chair, through the city clerk, Ms. Donahue, were you aware of this meeting?
No.
You were not. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, did any of your attorneys meet with the DDA with Ms. Priestley?
No.
No one met with her.
None of my attorneys were involved in any meeting in the
Was
law
there a
department with the
meeting held
DDA
that
and
she
Councilmember Priestley.
Oh, so she didn't have one?
There was no such meeting that I
With the
am aware
DDA?
of. No.
Okay, so
Point of information, when was this meeting supposedly held?
the same day I was told that you actually amended and didn't tell anyone you canceled the DDA meeting. So you did not get back with us about the DDA meeting. You canceled that. Furthermore, in regards to the DDA, with the check, it's very suspect. And you want to be over economic development. I don't trust you. I mean, when it came to ARPA, you were on the ad hoc committee. You didn't tell us that Liddell Lewis had put in, and you said, I just found out, Tanya, that she had put in for Cyrus Park, which she's the incorporator of.
Let's be clear.
And with you, excuse me, no, you don't get to, you're taking my time, no. No, because this is about, if we're talking economic development, nonprofit and for-profit is a part of economic development. So you need to understand that. Nonprofit and for-profit is a part of economic development. That's what economic development is. And so because she sat on that ad hoc committee, neither one of them told us in the council that they met for over a year that Councilwoman Lewis had put in for $50,000. Then she voted to give herself $50,000. Then put in a second one with Cyrus Park to give another $25,000. And the 5 of them voted yes. Now, being an accountant in the chair, and Shirley saying, well, it goes to Councilwoman Lewis will lead us to believe that I don't get it, the fiduciary gets it. They get that percentage of 10%, but they give the rest to Cyrus Park. So you get that money. It ends up, it stops at Cyrus Park. And for you to not tell us that, it was deceiving. And Judy said, Tanya, she didn't tell me. So when we look at this point, if you're serving on that committee, and you guys were meeting, you're meeting after hours, you had other people here. I came up one night, we had 2 other people in the conference room that don't serve, but they were helping the both of you to make decisions. I walked in, I'm like, oh, okay. But you didn't have the respect for your council members to have one meeting or to show up for one meeting that me and Councilman Mays scheduled. Not one single meeting, but you met with members of the public and didn't meet with your council members. So your priority isn't your different wards. We respectfully serve the equal amount of people, and you didn't care. You didn't care. You didn't care. You let other people make decisions. Fact is, like you told us at the meeting, I'm gonna get my money, and gave a thumbs up, and you did. I'll give that. You had 5 people to go along with you, and Judy Priestley was one of them. I will not support that. Not when I see small business struggling. When I see people who need it. and you give you gaslight this community. It wasn't me. That doesn't, and you'll see it goes to the fiduciary. And then it says fiduciary at the top, Cyrus Park down below. You don't tell the truth. And she voted for that. Economic development is serious here. And we need to have real people with real truth who are going to make sure they drive real economic development, real change. And the rubber stamp 5 is just not it. I'm not supporting that because you don't put residents first. So you vote to put each other on. I'm not supporting it. So I'll allow you defend and gaslight this community and defend your lies. My time is up anyways.
That is true. All right, so next we have Councilman Murphy. Councilman Murphy.
Call for the question.
Oh, support.
Support.
All right.
I wanted to make sure they heard.
All righty, so there's been a call for a question supported by the councilman in the 4th Ward. We vote on call for the question. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mushat. Ms. Mushat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alaman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no for call for the question, so that passes. So now we will go ahead and have the vote for Resolution 240177, the appointment of Judy Priestley. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alaman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
Madam Chair,
Ms.
there is a young lady in the audience who keeps hollering out. I'm gonna need her to be
Thank you,
quiet.
and your name is first warning. That's not yell out. Ma'am, don't yell out. Just don't know. You're like, I do. I did. So.
Madam Chair,
All right, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve 240181.
All right, a motion on the floor to approve Resolution 240181. Any support?
Support.
Supported by
Madam
the Councilwoman
Chair.
in the 7th Ward. Go ahead, Ms.
I'd like to call the question.
All right, there's been a call for the question for Resolution 240181. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
You gotta get a support for the call.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I thought I heard support.
No.
Support.
Okay, thank you. Supported by Ms.
Madam
Priestley.
Chair.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you're out of sequence. It was not she first, she was out of place, so you have to go back. Didn't you do call for the question but you did not do for the resolution to get supported at first? You did not.
I did. I supported and then I called her. Then I
Right.
asked the
You
floor.
can't do both.
Excuse me,
Yes, I can.
So what the chair did, Ms. Priestley, she put a motion on the floor to pass it. She put a motion on the floor for call for the question. Any more question? Okay, so now we're gonna move on for, got me turned around. So call for the question, let's go. For Resolution 240181.
Mr. Alaman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? No. The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. So that call for the question passes. So now it's time to vote on Resolution 240181, designated videography area in the City Council chambers. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. L. Allen?
Yes.
And the vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. So now we're on to resolution 240158.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
make a motion to approve 240158.
All right, motion to approve resolution 240158. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the
Madam Chair.
first ward. Ms. Priestley?
Call the question. No, Madam Chair,
oh.
I'm going to take that back. I want, like, my time.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, so I have had discussions with several people this day, as well as several other council members. Have had discussions with Michael Freeman. You should have in your email right now an email from Michael Freeman saying that they have approval to use this lot. They will be working on the contract, and that should be issued tomorrow. So, and also that Reroute Pontiac has agreed to not accept their fiduciary fee, so there will be no administrative charges, and all fees will stay in the community, and I call the question.
All right, there's been a call for the question by the councilman in the fourth ward. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the third ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for the call for the question for resolution 240158.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Oh, is not in. Ms. Burns?
I abstain because the first rule of business is to have a legal contract before we're giving ARPA funds in hand that's binding. That has not been done.
No, it's
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
I abstain because yesterday we voted to keep this in special affairs. It did not get voted out of special affairs. So I don't understand how we're at reconsideration. So that said, I abstain.
Point of order.
What is your point?
And he is correct, it was in special affairs. We did not vote it out of special affairs.
Madam Clerk, could you please answer that question for them?
Okay. I'm sorry. We're in the middle of a roll call.
Yep, we're in the middle of the roll call.
That's going to be,
We are in the middle of roll.
All right, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, just go ahead and do roll call, and then we'll answer that point of order right after roll call.
Mr. L. Allen?
Present. Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? This is the vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions.
5 yes, 1 no, and 2 abstentions. So that resolution passes.
Point of
Well,
order.
that was the
What?
call of question.
I'm about to call for the question. So now we're going to
Point
go
of
back.
order.
Wait a minute, we're going to your first point of order. You can't stack them. So your first point of order was.
To the clerk.
Get to the clerk. Well, really, it was to me, but I put it through the clerk.
No,
Go
it was
ahead.
to the clerk.
Go ahead.
The point of order was to the clerk.
Thank you.
Did
Go
we
ahead.
vote? Excuse me, point of order means I have the floor. And as president, I know you understand those rules. My point of order was to the clerk, through you, Madam Chair, was how did we voted to keep this in committee. The councilman in the 9th Ward was correct. How did it come out of committee and onto this agenda when we have not had another committee?
I'm going to,
Order in the chambers. Proceed.
I'm going to refer to,
Point of order, I cannot hear her.
I'm going to.
Ms. Donahue, if you could just speak up a little bit.
I'm going to refer to Council Rule 6.1 that says that items can be placed on the agenda of any meeting by action of the president, any chairperson of any committee, or at the request of the mayor prior to the start of the meeting. So there was a request to put this item on this agenda.
Okay, point of order.
Thank you. And what is your point?
It was in a committee meeting. It had been voted to be placed there. It's not a new item. This item was a resolution attached with the resolution number and placed, voted on yesterday to be placed back in committee. And so we're pulling something out of committee. So Rule 6.1, which states, matters shall be placed on the agenda of any meeting of the city council by action of council president and chairperson of any committee of the council or at that request of the mayor. This was a resolution that had already been placed on an agenda and was actually voted back to go to committee. How does it come out of committee and placed on this agenda when we did not vote to bring it out?
Great question. So with that being said, it's at the prerogative of the chair. I am the president, and so therefore I set the agenda, so this is where we are. So now we're going to go ahead and move on. We would hit the call for the question. We're going to move to pass Resolution 240158. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Y'all don't really need council people at this point.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because these five are lawless. 26.1 is clear. This should still be in committee and not on this agenda. You're overriding our vote.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
I abstain due to the fact that, at best, to come out of committee without a vote, maybe to get placed in special affairs, but not directly to a council.
Mr. Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, and 2 abstentions. Resolution 240158 passes. So now we're on to the next resolution, 240216.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley,
I make a motion to approve 240216.
there's a motion on the floor to approve Resolution 240216. Any support?
Support.
Supported by
Madam
the
Chair.
councilman in the 3rd Ward.
Madam Chair,
Ms.
is there someone here from the administration that can speak to this millage, or somebody that can speak to this millage at all?
Okay. Anyone here that can speak to Resolution 240216?
I
It
believe,
is.
Madam Chair, through you to the finance director.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, CFO.
So, Finance Director, please approach the lectern. Okay, thank you. Councilman the 7th Ward.
Yeah, my question was, could he explain what this millage is about?
So can you explain this resolution? I don't know if you heard her. The resolution 240216, the adoption of the 2004 operating millage rate of 19 and 10/100. What does that mean? Flint real and personal property.
Well, I didn't understand your question.
If you could.
We're on resolution 240216. I need you to explain this resolution.
Okay, this is the annual levy of millage for the city's annual budget. The millage that's being proposed is the exact same millage as that was levied last spring. There's been no change in the millage rates, but we have to adopt this every single year.
So you're saying that this is something that's already happening and we just do this every year?
That's correct.
Okay. And explain one more time what this one is about, because we have others that are coming up, so you might as well just stay up this way.
This includes all the millages that have been either approved in the charter or by the voters. So things like the general ad valorem millage, which supports the general fund. That'd be the neighborhood policing, the public safety, the parks. They're all included in this millage, and it's the exact same thing as what we've had in prior years.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Like I said, you probably should stick close because we have a couple other millages that you're going to have to explain. But basically, if I'm hearing you correctly and reading this correctly, that this is a millage that we do every year, and this will cover MTA, this will cover police and fire services, this will cover, what else do I see on there?
Parks and Recreation?
Parks, forestry, recreation services, okay. General operating purposes, debt services, and capital improvement programs, school purposes, and special authority purposes.
Correct.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Okay, anyone else in the second round? All right, so hearing no one, we'll go ahead and call for the vote for Resolution 240216. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes and 1 no. Resolution 240216 passes.
Madam Chair.
Is that Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Again, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve 240218.
There's been a motion on the floor to approve Resolution 240, you said 218?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, skipped one. Skipped one, sorry. 217.
Okay, so resolution on the floor to approve 240217.
Yep.
All right, is there any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the first
Madam
ward.
Chair.
Ms. Mashat?
From you to the finance director, could you explain this millage?
This is a millage levied on the DDA for the operations of the DDA, and it's something that the DDA has historically have had. It's the exact same millage as what we had last year.
And you said how long has this millage been in how long has this millage been happening?
I'm pretty sure it's been in effect since the DDA has been in operation. It has, when it first started, it was at 2 mills, but because of the Headley Amendment, it has rolled back some since then. And so now we're at 1.8806 mills.
So this millage is lower than it was in its inception. So this millage is lower than it was in its inception.
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Mr. Moore, so the DDA gets a millage. How much are they getting a year? Because they don't balance their books.
The millage, I don't know what the total levy is, how much they generate from that, but it's just for their operations. It's not for their debt, just the operations of the DDA.
I like to, I didn't know they got a millage. This makes it even worse. So,
Point of information. I'm
What do
looking
you
at their
request?
audit. I'm looking at their audit through you to the speaker. The property taxes and TIF for fiscal year 2023 was a total of $762,805.
Request for information,
So, go ahead.
through you, Chair, to the speaker. The audit that you're looking for, is it included in the packet that we
I'll
received
forward
today?
it to you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I don't want to be it was important for me to talk to the DDA. This is when I would have been able to talk to them about what was going on, what were their goals. All of this would have come out. This council wasn't afforded that, to talk with them. Their stuff comes here, they're on a separate, and I get that part that our city attorney has stated. But the bottom line is the buck with the DDA stops here with the City of Flint residents in these chambers amongst the 9 of us. Just like that $560,000 bailout. And they're getting 700 and something thousand a year. I think I like to put an amendment on the floor to send resolution, Madam Chair. I don't know, what's the resolution, because I'm stuck on they actually.
240217.
240217 back to finance.
Support.
Oh, all right, there has been a motion on the floor to send 240217 back to finance, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. We don't have a debate. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, could you say that again?
Sure. So, we are looking to send resolution 240217 back to finance, and it has been seconded by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. No debate.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. L. Alaman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes and 2 no. Resolution 240217 has been sent back to finance. So now we're moving on to resolution 240218.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve 240218.
There's a motion to approve resolution 240218. I hear support from the 7th Ward.
Madam Chair.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
So I have a question for Mr. Moore and then probably someone else. This says maintaining and improving street lighting. We have a lot of street lights that don't work in the city. And so we would be remiss to vote on this and not acknowledge that. So when we say maintaining and improving street lighting, what does improving look like?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I was looking for the budget.
What is that?
We're on 240218, which is the assessment for street lighting costs. And I said that we need to acknowledge the fact that a lot of the street lights do not work in our city. A lot of our city streets are pitch black dark. Once the sun goes down, there's no lights. And so I realized that this resolution says maintaining and improving street lighting. So what does improving street lighting mean?
That would mean driving through the city, find out which streets are not being lit, and then reporting those to Consumers Energy and having them repair and fix them.
How do they, because the residents can do that too, they can.
The residents can do that. They can, there's the Consumers Energy website has a place where they can log in and say, this is the location of the light, and consumers will come in and fix it.
Right, okay, so, on our end, you said finding the street lights. So is there somebody gonna drive around in the dark? How's that work?
You normally send an employee around and keeping track of which ones are not working and make a list and submit them.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Don't go anyplace, please. To you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore. So this is looking like it will be $72.18 per parcel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And well, we can call it in for free
That's correct.
without that. So if we did some public
Well,
message,
You can call in for free, but to provide the lights, you need the special assessment.
Request for information. Through you, Madam Chair, to the speaker, are you aware that the math on the resolution doesn't work? The $2,964.57 divided by the 55,000 parcels actually is about $54. This was a cut and paste from the last year. So are you aware of that?
thank you. So, to my, well, since it's still on my time, my esteemed colleague, no, I did not, and thank you for making sure the math was mathing, because it's not mathing. A lot of these items should stay in committee, and it's a reason why they're in committee, so we can do the work. We have not had one working session, which used to be the norm. You had a working session, council went through the budget, we understood, we were able to relay that information to residents. This hasn't happened. Matter of fact, we were put down to 15 minutes to ask questions for department heads. And that's never been done except for last year. And when you do that, we miss out on the maths not mathing. And so this is the reason why budget time, because our normal process, if we have a question, we're supposed to send it to the city clerk. The city clerk is supposed to contact Clyde Edwards. Clyde Edwards will get back to us whenever. And it gets bottlenecked, because if everything is going back through Clyde, he can't answer everything. Clyde got 10 jobs in the city of Flint. And there's no way he can answer all these questions and not answer them to a level of expertise. He can't. And so what happens is stuff gets dropped and they hope you forget about it. So that's why we have committee. That's why budget hearings are important. So we can figure out tax assessment, master fee schedules, all of that. We can figure out what's important. I don't like the way Judy schedules. It was terrible last year, we didn't get to all of them, and we didn't get the DDA this year, and we were limited to 15 minutes or less, and we're timed. If every person showed up for a budget hearing, we would not be able to, everyone would get about 5 minutes to ask a question. That's too much authority for any chair. It's too much. And it's zero consideration for what her colleagues. She never asked us were we available on these days. Not one time. And so when you saw—
Point of information.
What do you request?
I'm gonna light her up.
Or, excuse me, request for information. There was to the speaker, through you to the speaker, there was a special order put on a finance agenda asking for input in regards to setting the budget hearings. Since there was no input from any member present at that meeting, I stated that I would be doing those hearings and setting them up in conjunction with Mr. Moore.
Okay, so here it is. She took the floor illegally, and I didn't interrupt her for taking the floor. I don't care what she has to say right now. Not at all. But to do this, it was wrong. But that might have been when you unlawfully voted to remove me. So I'm gonna because this should be done, if the math's not math, we can't even go forward on this. That's just a point. And without it being done in committee meeting, which is where we do the work, this stuff should have went, today is supposed to be with budget adoption. We should be focused on the budget, not all this other stuff. We should have been in, out budget. And we should have had a working meeting so everybody was on one accord. You like it, you don't, we covered, you got your questions answered. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. But when a person doesn't have the ability or the skill set to schedule, this is what happens. So I'm going to put, because if the math isn't mathing, we can't pass this. We can't. If the math is off, Mr. Moore, and are you in agreement? Did you do the math while you were up there?
I did not actually prepare this part, but the issue may have to do with the way the parcels are counted. That can be different for the different types of
Well, this
special
probably should be
assessments.
done. Mr. Moore, I know you're new, and sometimes I get frustrated, because I know you try to get us the best answer, but sometimes those answers don't come at a time when we need them immediately. This should have been in committee. And then that way you could have given us information on it. This is budget adoption. We should not be doing this work here. We should not. And the person over the finance chair should have made sure it was in committee and not budget adoption. So, I mean, if this math isn't mathing, what I would like to do is put a motion on the floor to send this back to send this to Finance Committee. I like to amend the motion to send it to Finance Committee.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor to send Resolution 240218 to Finance Committee. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the first ward. So we will go straight to the vote, no debate. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to send Resolution 240218 to Finance.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. L. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Resolution 240218 is sent to Finance.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to approve 240219.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to approve Resolution 240219. Any support? Support.
Madam Chair.
Supported by the councilman in the third ward. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I want to ask the pleasure of the body. As we know that our cost of our garbage collection is less than what we're collecting. In order to collect the same amount, the correct amount of money to cover the cost of our garbage, we need to up this to $216.86. This should have been done last year. This is an increase of $14.30. So I would like to open this up to the pleasure of the body, whether to go ahead and to make a motion to increase that cost or to leave it as it is. If we leave it as it is, please understand that we will need to use ARPA to balance this line item.
Request for information. Or I'm sorry, maybe, where are you? She's posing a question to the body. So is she giving the floor up, or?
I am now giving the floor.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So this is what I'm understanding. So this would be for those, for priority waste. So with priority waste, we were going to take $2 million of ARPA, to balance the trash fund. Mr. Moore, are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. We were going to, and then for the next 5 years, we would have to either raise the trash fee per year or have a special tax assessment to be able to pay for the trash. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But if we take $2 million of ARPA, this will balance ARPA for 2 years.
Correct.
Okay, so this is saying this is giving us a choice. Either we use ARPA $2 million or we pay I think, Judy, this is 20256. Did I hear through you, Madam Chair? Did she say 216?
If you take the cost.
Because I'm looking at what's in our.
If I may, Madam Chair, when I took the cost inside of the resolution, if you go to the resolution itself, and I divided it by the 33,000 households that's listed there, the total came to $216.86.
Okay, and so in this resolution, it's 20256.
Correct.
So the resolution needs to be changed.
That I am asking the pleasure of the body if
Okay.
they want to. I'm not making the motion. I want free discussion on this
Discussion.
item.
See,
And
I
so
think
that's
this, yeah, and I see you're saying you're given a choice to do raise the trash or use ARPA and not pass that cost on to the residents, which in a way is still kind of being moved over to the residents. So, I don't, okay. So when does this need to be done by, this decision, Mr. Moore?
What is what had to be done?
When do we have to make a decision as far as the trash?
We have to know the amount before we prepare the tax bills, and I don't know what the schedule is for that.
I'm sorry, yeah. Could you please repeat that? I didn't understand you.
We have to know what that is before we prepare the tax bills for the special assessments.
Okay, so what's your
And
deadline?
normally that's done in the middle of June.
Okay, so this has to be done pretty quickly. I'm gonna relinquish the floor to some of my colleagues, because I need
Madam
to
Chair.
process.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
So, because I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. You need this by the middle of June.
That's correct.
Awesome. Sounds on brand for the stuff we get. Ms. Priestley, you're saying that if we do not do the 2 million for ARPA funding, right? The 2 million from that toward the for priority, that this assessment, the 20256, will have to be raised to the other number you gave us, the 214, correct?
I'm not sure exactly how much that the difference would be. I'm just saying that it would reduce the amount of money that we would have to get from ARPA if we raise the rate.
Right.
And I also want to indicate to let never mind, that's not my.
So this 202 is something that they already pay right now, right? That's what they pay now. And
it should have gone up last year.
The 202 is what's being paid now, and that if we don't use the 2 million from ARPA, then we will have to raise the garbage assessment. Okay, I told my residents I will not be raising the garbage assessment, so I'm going to vote for this as well as the 2 million, because when I agreed to priority, it was that their tax assessment would not be raised when we talk about garbage. So the second thing you proposed, I'm telling all of my colleagues right now, I'm not voting for adding any additional money to a tax assessment for garbage. No. So we're gonna have to go to that original plan of the 2 million from ARPA. This, as is, gets my vote, but anything more, I will not vote for.
All right, Mr. Murphy.
So, I remember Jonathan Jarrett bringing up, instead of giving 2 million, let's give 1 million. If we did this right here, we still will need to give 1 million towards this past fiscal year of ARPA.
You need to take care of the current fiscal year, and you need to take care of the next fiscal year.
Will this right here help stop us from needing additional 1 million?
I haven't run the math. I'll trust what Judy said.
By raising the rate, will that stop us from needing the additional $1 million of ARPA dollars?
If you raise the rates, you can raise it enough so that you don't need the $1 million. I haven't run the math the way Councilman Priestley has, but I'll trust her math.
Say that one more. I'm trying to listen to you, but I'm hearing them out in the audience, and it's hard for me to concentrate on what he's saying if I gotta hear your voice. So in all due respect of us trying to get clarity, could y'all please allow space for us to listen to what he's trying to say? And when you get your 3 minutes to speak, could you speak when you get the podium? So could you repeat what you just said?
If you raise the rate sufficiently, you don't need to levy or appropriate another $1 million to the trash fund. I haven't run the math. I'm trusting what Councilman Priestley has calculated, and I don't know if that's right, but I'll trust her.
Yeah, I don't know.
So here's what I'm
Point
thinking.
of order. I
What-
request
what is your-
information, I'm sorry.
What is your request?
Because it's hard to hear.
Yeah.
Am I understanding that, because Mr. Moore, his voice comes
Yeah.
through muffled. Am I understanding that Mr. Moore is saying he doesn't know, but he trusts what Councilwoman Priestley is stating with her numbers? I think that's what I heard him say.
I haven't done the math, but
I'm just saying that to cover the cost of, based on 33,000 households that's in the resolution, that the total should be $216.86, because the 202.56 does not cover the cost of the contract and the number of households that the resolution states that we are serving. We do know that that number is not necessarily correct, or we are assuming, because it's based on the inventory that happened several years ago, and that comes from Heather from last night.
So they haven't did the math.
So here's what I'm thinking. I know we've been advocating for extra money for home repairs. If we could save $1 million and use that $1 million towards home owner occupied rehab, maybe we can allocate that savings of $1 million by. But if you saying us increasing still is gonna be a shortfall, then that's a problem still.
Possibly a shortfall.
So,
Depends on what's collected.
until we get those numbers right, I won't be voting on this. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else would like to speak? Anyone
Madam
like to speak?
Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
What was the motion made for this?
Just to approve.
To pass it.
Okay, I'm gonna make an amended, motion to send 240-219, the user fee, the municipal solid waste costs for fiscal year 2025, back to, Finance Committee.
Support. Oh, I'm waiting on you.
All right, so it has been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. And this is to send resolution 240-219 to Finance.
Mr. Jarrett.
We're doing roll calls on you. Okay,
You
yes.
can't hear it all.
So, Madam Clerk, could you just speak up a little bit?
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Earl Alleman.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mushat.
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Resolution 240-219 is being sent to Finance. So now we're on resolution 220. What's the pleasure of the body
I'm just saying.
for resolution 240-220?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
Make a motion to approve 240220.
There's a motion on the floor to approve 240220. Any support? Any support? Supported by the
Madam
councilwoman
Chair.
in the 7th Ward. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I just want to take this time to let the body know that we, by sending these resolutions that are setting fees and millages back to finance, that we will not be in compliance with the Home Rule Act that requires us to pass a balanced budget. We must pass a balanced budget by the first Monday in June, based on our charter. By sending all of these fees back to council, we are not approving revenues.
Point of information.
What is your request?
Through you to the speaker, you also realize that you gave us some numbers that you didn't know for sure whether it would cover the cost. So therefore, I'm not voting on anything that I don't know no exact numbers that's gonna balance the books. So if you go bring some numbers, bring
Mr. Murphy, thank you, that's enough.
Mr. Murphy.
Go ahead.
Mr. Murphy.
Go ahead.
When I talked about I said that based on the number of households listed in the resolution and the cost of the garbage contract, based on the resolution, to cover the cost of that contract on the households, that's what the fee should be. I said, and that will reduce the amount of money we need to transfer from ARPA. That's what I said.
Request for
I do not
information.
have the numbers.
Request for information.
We have a request for information, go ahead.
Madam Chair, to the speaker, Councilwoman Priestley, do you realize that we should have had a working meeting? All of this should have been discussed in a working meeting, okay?
All right, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
We should not be doing the work.
Anyways, this
Proceed.
meeting was set specifically to do that work.
Request for information.
So, Ms. Winfrey Carter, you don't have the floor. Go ahead,
Request
Mr. Jarrett.
Through you, Chair, to the speaker, being that I'm new, is it that we did pass the budget last year in compliance?
It was late to the charter by a couple of days because we lost quorum before we passed the budget. But I believe we had passed most, I can't even remember when we passed the millages, but it was done at the same meeting that we passed the budget.
Okay.
No, we didn't. No. No, this is.
All right, Ms. Priestley, so you still have the floor.
I am very concerned that because we are in violation. However, that was the will of the body, and I was not given the opportunity at the time to speak on that, on the two resolutions that went over. But I do want to caution my colleagues that we have not approved revenue for our budget by not approving these resolutions. And since we are now talking about the resolution for the master fee schedule, Mr. Moore. Now, I had asked for this when we first talked about when we were first meeting in your office about setting the budget hearings, and said that I wanted the master fee schedule prior to the adoption of the budget so that people could look at it and ask questions. There's an attachment one that I'm not clear if it was last year's or this year's amendment that just shows the changes. Do you know? I printed it off from home, so I had it. What is that? Those are last year. So do we know which fees are increased for this year?
We should know.
I can get you that list. I thought that was included with that, but that,
Okay, I didn't know if it was, I believe looking at them, there are some line items with comments, but I wasn't sure if
Okay.
that had summarized it. They look like, it's, like there's
Councilmember?
been no changes, but I just
I
want
don't
to,
think there were not many changes, if any.
there is just one, a new fee for storage fees, and I'm assuming that is for the tow. Yep. Storage fees on large vehicles tow, that's a new fee. And then there's a commercial fee for residential assessment office, a new fee due to amount of information. I'm looking at this now. The commercial industrial, I had looked at this, but I had caught this had caught my eye. Creating or combining two plotted parcels went from 50 to 100. And then, FOA costs increased. Marijuana Zoning Board of Appeals went from $1,500 to $5,000. And then a blight plan fee for cannabis license applications to the state is $1,000. So those are the increases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Kim?
Yeah, I was just going to point out what Councilmember Priestley identified, which was that the notes on the right side of the master fee schedule that's in your packet note what changes have been made from last year's fee schedule. So,
Okay, I want to be clear that I heard what you said. You said point out the change on the right side?
yes, in your packets there is the proposed master fee schedule, and
Okay.
in the right to the right of the tables there, if there's a change, there are comments basically specifying what that change is and why the change is being made.
Okay, so we can identify the change by what?
So there's this column, the far right column.
Yeah, I see where it says 2425 fee.
To the right of that, if there's been a change, there'll be a notation there saying that there's been a change and what the change is.
Got it.
Some of them say, same as new, some of them
Got it.
Yeah, if there is no note, then there has been no change.
Okay, so right now, no one has the floor, so we can stop the time. Okay.
It's on the PDF.
Yep.
Around page 40.
All right, so page 40 of,
Around page 40.
okay.
This is not the time to be doing this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, where are we right now? What's,
Yeah, so no one has the floor. We're locating the master fee schedule.
okay.
All right. Everyone has it? All right, very good. All right, so we go ahead and we're going to start the time with the next person that wants the floor. Anyone else would like
Madam
the?
Chair, who has the floor now?
We're right. So I'm opening the floor up to whoever would like to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. So in the master fee, I know a lot of people been talking about the water rates of what we pay for water. Could you reflect in this master fee, could you give me the page, the category, so that we all can look at how those master fees are made up that charge the residents what we are charging them?
There's, for the water rate, there has been no change proposed in the master fee schedule.
Could you could you go to the page?
Just a moment, let me go
Page-
get my master fee schedule, just a moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's page,
What I want to
Councilmember, it starts on page 9.
It start on page 9?
Yes, under the water sewer bill rates heading.
Hold on, let me go to, if we go to page 9. I'm looking at page 9 now. Water Service Center, is that what you're talking about?
No, if you look at the bottom of page 9, under
I'm
the
looking
header
at the
where it
bottom
says,
of page 9.
where it says water and water dash sewer bill rates.
I see Water Service Center. Let me go to the second page. Water sewer bill rates.
Yes, at the bottom of page 9.
Okay, mine say page 10. The bottom of page 9 say Water Service Center.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Madam Chair, to the speaker, if you would note on the bottom of the page, 9 of 11, I think you're in the previous, you may be in the previous year's reportings.
All right. So is this how the water rates, because people complain about the water rates being high. Is it because of the service fees that we are paying which making the increase in water rates and not the water services that
The budget does not reflect any changes in the water service rate. We are proposing to have a rate study to see what would be recommended for a water rate.
But we have the ability to decrease these costs. But if we do that with the water and sewer funds running a deficit, that'll even put us in an even.
That'd be a major issue for trying to balance your budget if you did that.
Okay. All right. That's my concern, that area right there. And I think what it is the service fees that we are paying is making our water rates high, not so much the water bill itself. Okay. All right. I'm done.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
thank you. So in this master fee schedule, this should have been done, number one, in a working session. Nothing excludes that. That should have been done. This is just not the appropriate place to do this. It's budget adoption. There are 38 changes to this schedule, 38, which means we should be going through each one line by line to understand what they are. 38 new changes, some just say new on here. But when I don't even know how to express my displeasure for this. And Mr. Moore, I'm deeply disappointed that is you as the CFO, and I've read your resume, that you are relying on figures from Judy Priestley, who was the finance chair. She should not be doing your job. I'm disappointed in that. I come to you for my figures because she's not a certified public accountant. You, sir, have the job to where all our figures come from you. We don't even have to go through her for it. It's not a requirement to say we have to come to her. It's not. You are the CFO. It's your job to make sure we have what we need from you. I don't want her figures. Her figures were all wrong. Her figures are all convoluted. And because they're convoluted, we're trying to figure out where we're at and where we're going. I mean, this meeting how it's the process. This should have been in a working session so we can talk about it. There's new fees on here. If you are a landlord, there's new fees. If you are for firefighter gear, there's a fee. And I don't even understand how firefighter gear, because that's going to change, because that's a garment that's being purchased. So there's new fees that's being charged for that. So all of those new items that are added to this, and it's going to be, it's probably got to have, if it's got police, fire on here, there has to be something charged for police. But when we do this in this meeting, this is not the time or place. This should have been in committee. She's completely
Point of information.
I'm so sick.
What
of
is your
this mess.
request?
Through you
light
to
her
the
up.
speaker, did we have a working session when you were finance chair? I don't recall it.
I'm gonna get you together.
Thank you, Ms.
Because I'm gonna tell you
Priestley.
what I knew
Does
how
it
to
pro-
do. I knew how to schedule so people could. You didn't show up. So when you come for me, you need to understand, Judy, you didn't give us enough time. You didn't even schedule as finance chair all the departments. That's the basic part of the finance chair. Schedule all the departments. You couldn't handle that. Don't come over here with that.
Proceed, Ms.
So
Burns.
as I'm stating, Mr. Moore, those figures come from you. You work for the city. She's elected to run her ward. Finance chair, she's supposed to share information with us. We don't have to go to her for stuff. I want them figures from you, sir. I would like for you to be better prepared, because these convoluted answers that we're getting are making it look like our finance department is being ran by a Kool-Aid stand. That's a problem.
Excuse me, Councilman Burns, let's have decorum.
I have decorum, and don't interrupt me, so you need to warn yourself for taking the floor. That's what you need to do.
That's your warning.
No, you need.
That's your warning, Ms.
I know
Burns.
the ruling of the chair.
Not a problem. So she has appealed the ruling of the chair for bringing her to order, for having decorum, and giving her a warning. Proceed, Ms. Burns.
First of all, your
Hold on,
warning-
hold on, one
your-
second. Let's go ahead and start that clock at 1 minute.
And then I want to go back to my time. Davina, please state my time when it was before my time was taken.
1 minute and 37 seconds.
Proceed.
So the chair doesn't understand, because she has a rude attitude. She doesn't understand, doesn't follow the rules. My unlawful, which she has cost the city thousands of dollars, because she doesn't understand when your heart is filled with hatred. I have the right to say how I think it's being ran. You don't have the right to give me, number one, a warrant. Now, if you want to keep doing this, we can go back to court. Last time I won, I had a win. Now, if you want to keep doing it, I have a right. If y'all don't schedule these meetings correctly, I have a right. You can't tell me how to speak, what to say. You didn't learn by me winning in court? You didn't learn? Do I have to teach you again? You need to be taught. If he is depending on her figures, the figures should be coming from the CFO. No disrespect, Mr. Moore. I have a good report from you. You're the CFO. She's not. You do not get to tell me how to speak. And you need to understand your place.
All right, thank you. So according to the council rules, you must speak with decorum when you're speaking with administration and your colleagues. Referring to them in a derogatory manner will get you being
Request
brought
for
to order.
information.
So referring to people.
Request for information.
What is your request?
What was what I said, which was I didn't swear at him. I didn't call him a bitch like you called me. What was out of order?
Again, Ms. Burns. So referring to things being run like a Kool-Aid stand, that's totally out of order. And we keep referring to, excuse me, so we can go ahead and put audience members out. We must have order.
You can put them out.
Very well. So, as we try to get people together, we must realize that at the end of the day, you served your 30. And then also at the end of the day, you will have respect for your colleagues. And so if you don't, you will be brought to order. So with that being said, this is the working session. Stop speaking down on people and speak to the budget. That's your job, okay? All right, now do something good for the 6. So with that being said, we are gonna, if you wanna overturn the ruling of the chair, you vote yes. To support the ruling of the chair, you vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Earl Alaman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. The ruling of the chair stands, and that's Ms. Burns' warnings. So please go ahead and proceed.
Back to my time, because clearly I'm a target, and she's helping to prove my case. So she's targeting me. I have no problem. Maybe she likes losing. You can't tell me my freedom of speech to say how I feel the city is being run. You can, but you know what? I'm not gonna play with you. This should not have, number one, when we are getting figures from Judy, who is a council person, the figures should come from the CFO. Nothing negates that fact. That's his job. Those numbers come finally from him. And has nothing to do, I respect Mr. Moore. But when he's saying and how she's saying to him, there's a problem. And the numbers and the figures have all been off. This is where we're voting to adopt something. You can't adopt something when it's wrong. But in all y'all wrong, there's one to lie and other one to swear by it. I'm not voting on this if it's not right. That's our due diligence. Simply as that. We can't vote on it. And number one, y'all got, the stuff is wrong. We still ask how many active accounts and the trash accounts. None of the number of accounts even add up. We have 37 items on this master fee schedule, and this is not a working session. And she tried to check me. This is not. This is committee work. This is done, the work should be done in committee, not in here. But when they don't care because they make their decisions all beforehand, this is what they do. But like I said, it's gonna come to the voters. Some of these people are being recalled and some of them got elections. And it's gonna be consequences because we're here to do the work, not run over everybody.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak on this motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Moore, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, okay, I see already in the master fee schedule that we have a new fee for the garbage cart replacement. This is for if residents lose their garbage carts, I guess. If your garbage cart come up missing or stolen, right? So for a 65 plus gallon, the fee is $120. Wow.
Point of order. There's some sound going on over here. Somebody's radio, TV, whatever, not TV, excuse me, phone.
It's a little baby watching his cartoon on his tablet. He's not listening to you. That's a baby.
We're going to need all devices off so they won't distract the council, please. If we hear it up here, you are asked to turn it off. Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ma'am, thank you. Ma'am, that's your warning. That's your warning. That can be your second, so trying to give you opportunity. Ma'am, that's your second warning. Thank you. You're removed from this meeting and your tablet. Ma'am, bye-bye.
Nobody heard that tablet up here like that.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Winfrey Carter.
Did they put the baby out?
Okay, so then I see that the garbage cart replacement for the large movable 95 plus gallon, it's a fee of $150. Now, Last night, when we were discussing these garbage carts, we were told that we didn't know what size carts we were getting. Weren't we? I thought yeah, I heard that. But here on this fee, on this master fee schedule, we have cost for replacements. How is that when we don't even know what gallons we're gonna have?
I want to know that one too. What page is it on?
You know, this is on page 9 of 11, page 9. It's a new fee. It's under waste collection fees. So, Mr. Moore, can you answer that?
And Judy.
Which question about?
Mr. Moore, I just went over everything.
Okay.
I'm talking about
if you-
the fee
When
here.
we provide a cart to people, the first cart is free. The homeowner is expected to take care of their cart and bring it in, and if it turns up,
9 of 11.
if they use it or
But
lose it,
last night, we were told that we didn't even know what size carts we were gonna get. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, and I can't say, haven't been involved in that part of the discussion.
So I guess we either are gonna get a 95 plus gallon cart or a 65 plus gallon cart, huh? It's gonna be either or, huh? I'm not talking to you, Judy.
Request for information.
What is your request?
To the speaker, I do notice, because I do hear your point, but do you notice that it says up to 120? Do you know if that makes a difference? Because I can't ask him. So do you know if it's saying up to $120 or up to $150 makes a difference?
Yeah, and I'm not disputing the cost. I'm just saying last night, we were told that we didn't even know what size gallons we were having. So why is this even on the master fee schedule? I mean, we can always go back and amend the master fee schedule. I'm not talking to you, Attorney Kim. You can't answer my question. I don't even trust you. And Mr. Moore, sorry, with all due respect, Mr. Moore, I have significant concerns regarding your understanding of the city's finances and budgets. On multiple occasions, when questions have been raised about the financial details of our budget on anything that we call you up here to answer, you can't answer it. So I have a problem even adopting the budget. I have a problem approving the budget. I'm sorry. The lack of clarity. You can never give us a clear answer. This whole budget process, in my opinion, is a flop, okay? We should have had a working meeting to even discuss the master fee, discuss the waste collection fees, discuss the garbage collection
All
fees.
right, thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. So, anyone else would like to speak on this resolution?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
I actually just have a, thank you. My question is kind of simple. I'm looking on page, under the city clerk's master fee schedule. And so it has a lot of like the business licensing and stuff under there. It's my understanding that that is moving in July. And so I guess because just for record's sake, I want to make sure it's under the right department, if that makes sense. Or maybe you or Judy can help me understand why it's under a department that it's not staying under.
The fee is not going to anticipate a change.
Okay.
And the location in the table doesn't make any difference in terms of what the fee is and what we're going to be charging. We can move it to the
No,
new
it's fine.
department.
We're good. Thank you. I was just curious about that, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else? First round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Through you to Mr. Moore. So I have many concerns about what's going on here today. And much like my colleagues, we are at a point where today being May 29th and the first, is it Monday or Tuesday of June, we are to adopt this balanced budget. So I'm going to distill my concern and frustration down to this sort of simple line of question. How can we help you for next year not to be in any way talking about a budget a week prior to June? What can we do to support you? What can we do to make your job easier? Help us help you.
The thing I would recommend is hold the hearings earlier.
Okay, so is that on us to call them, and whenever we call them, the administration will be ready? Or is there a commitment you can give us that says by X date in the first week of May, we'll be ready, so that we're not the last 2 weeks of May trying to schedule whatever meetings that the finance chair will have to schedule?
I think it would be ready probably a week, maybe 2 weeks after the budget's been presented. We could hold hearings.
Okay, but again, I want to make sure I am either clear in what I'm communicating or I am clear in what I'm hearing. My question again is there, in us setting a date, will the administration respond to whatever dates we set?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we were to set dates in 2025, the first week in May, then the administration will commit to having a budget ready for us by then?
The budget was ready before May, but yes, we would be ready in the first week of May.
So the budget was ready before May?
Yeah, it's actually easier for us to respond right after we submit the budget, because we've been working on the budget intensely before that. If you wait several weeks, it's harder to.
I heard something, and I want to make sure I heard this right. I thought I heard you say that this budget that we are reviewing today was ready and available before May of 2024.
That's correct.
Okay, so it then is in our lap and has been in our lap, and
Speaking from the staff's perspective, if we were to present it to the council shortly after we prepare it, it's going to be fresh in our mind, and it's going to be easier for us to present that to the council.
Mr. Moore, and to the rest of the administration, I owe you an apology. Because I was operating under the assumption that we was waiting on y'all. All these years I've been saying, why can't the administration get that information to the council prior to a week and a half before the stuff is due? And you're telling me that it was ready before May?
It was ready in March.
In March?
No.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so is that your time, Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Jarrett, is that, okay. So we're going to go ahead and, Madam Clerk, do you have something to add to that, to bring some clarity?
I just want to provide clarity. I think there's some confusion. The proposed budget is transmitted to the council the first Monday in March per the charter. That's what Mr. Moore is referring to. The budget document itself was ready in March. These budget adoption resolutions that are before you today are not prepared until the budget meeting is scheduled. So he's referring to this proposed budget, and the budget resolutions usually aren't done. But yes, this document was prepared, but those resolutions aren't prepared until we set that special meeting for the budget adoption.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And also, Attorney Kim, if you would also like to bring some clarity to the body as well, this is your time to do so.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to address the concerns that were raised about the garbage carts. In the master fee schedule, if you'll see that on page, again, at the kind of more the top of page 9, where it specifies those replacements, it doesn't actually specify the exact size of those carts. The first line is for small movable 65 plus gallon carts, and the second line is for large movable 95 plus gallon carts. And then with fees that are, as noted, up to 120 and up to 150. Because the final dimensions and all that hasn't been set yet, it's not possible to, basically specify that with precision at this point, but it's important to have that into that so that it can be rolled out as quickly as possible for our residents to make sure that they get the carts and that there's a procedure in place and there's a way for them to get replacements if they were to if one of the carts were to be damaged or lost or stolen or something like that. So.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Kim. All right, anyone else would like to speak in this first round? All righty, so next, so I have a question. So it's the last page of the master fee schedule, and it talks about blight court ordered evictions, and it's a trash removal fee. Does that also include trash and grass?
Which item are you looking at?
It is page 11.
Page 11, yes. Oh, the trash
Yep.
removal fee?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it looks like blight, the blight department, they are ordered to go and remediate the home for garbage.
We charge by the cubic yard regardless of what it is.
Understand, now that's trash.
Right.
Now, do we also charge that if we have to go on your property, on your private property and mow your grass?
If we mow your grass, that's, I believe, a different fee. I think that's by time and materials, but I'm not.
Oh, okay, so I'll go ahead and direct that to the attorney. Do you have?
Yeah, Mr. Moore is correct that the fee that you're pointing to is the fee for removing junk and materials for court-ordered, essentially court-ordered mows, I guess. For that, if that were to occur, that would be just a labor cost essentially, and potentially an equipment use cost. There's not the level of needing to haul off the trash and dispose of it, pay the dumping fees and all that sort of thing.
Okay, so what is that? Because I know that since we do have blight court, and blight court do come with fees, is the blight court, am I missing this in here?
No, the blight court should be for the Administrative Hearing Bureau. That's under code enforcement on page 8.
Page 8, okay.
With the Hearing Bureau costs, the State Justice System Assessment fee, the default fee, the motion to set aside default fee, and then the blight violation fine and the cleanup costs and labor.
Okay, so cleanup costs and labor for blight, we have that at $35 an hour?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so I think we should move that up to 50?
Those fees are set based on basically an assessment by finances staff and the city services staff on what the salaries and plus benefits are for the employees that would be doing that work, and averaging that out. So that's where I believe that's where the $35 come from. Is it's a reasonable approximation of those fees averaged out. And it has to be at a level that essentially reflects the services that are provided, because it's not a revenue generating activity. It's to basically compensate the city for actions that it does.
All right, and so does that also include the depreciation of equipment and so forth?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay, yeah, so that's one of my concerns.
Yeah.
So we're talking about employee fees, but we need to really talk about in terms of using our equipment. So we have to go and use front loaders and different equipment, lawnmowers. That's putting a strain on our equipment. So that's not reflected in the cleanup costs and labor fee?
That would, if we use, that would be included in the $35 an hour.
Okay, so what's all included again? What is all included?
If we send a man out with a lawnmower to mow a yard, we charge $35 an hour for that service.
Okay, because that sounds like almost how much they're getting for clean and green. And it sounds like there is no. So if I'm charged $35 per hour for someone to come and do all the work that I'm supposed to do as a private homeowner, and we're only charging $35 per hour, I mean, it's already an inconvenience that we have to go to your property and clean it up. So, go ahead.
One thing I would point out is that's $35 an hour per employee. So if a crew of, if one of Arnold's crew of four of his staff go to conduct a cleanup, they're going to be charged for each employee for the hours that are spent doing the work.
Got it. All right. So anyone else in the second round? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Mr. Moore, I know you want to sit now. You probably could have had a break. You probably could have. So we do have to make changes in this master fee schedule, it looks like. And it doesn't appear to be ready to be voted on at all, and especially with the number of questions that we are having. Budget adoption after a meeting should have been just that, budget adoption. And we should have had these questions answered during budget hearings with the amount of time to address every question. A working session. I am not at this time, not with all of these changes, I'm not comfortable with it. This should have been in finance or either a working session prior, a plain working session, which I don't understand. They keep saying, oh, well, this is a working session because we're doing it now. It's not the same. It allows us to go over everything line item by line item. When you're speaking 12 pages, that's a lot. And that's us doing our due diligence. The senior most council person up here is Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, who has served on this council. The rest of us are relatively new. And so with that being, and the new includes myself from 2021. We aren't seasoned, we haven't went through a lot of this. That just hasn't happened. And some of us have not even been elected to our seats yet, been appointed. And so when we talk about going over this, budget time is serious, just like there's an article that just came out that the state is taking over our service line restorations, our service lines and our restorations. The state's taking it over from the city. I mean, it makes the city look like mismanagement of funds.
Let them take it over.
And so when we look at what they hold us as to being responsible, I mean, we need to make sure that we are. It's not a good look that the state's gonna come back and say we didn't manage our wind funds properly. It's not. It's the same thing as we can't even figure out doing a master fee schedule because we can't figure it out because the numbers aren't right. We didn't have the numbers right with the trash. All through the night, the numbers haven't been right. And when we look at what hasn't been right, we are ripe for a state takeover. We are ripe for the state to come in and say, the city of Flint doesn't have or possess the capability of managing their funds. We're ripe for a state takeover.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Just to respond to my colleague about the state coming in, taking over, when they gave us $100 million, they ain't give us enough money to cover all of the work and the expectations of the projects that they need to. So if they want to come in and take over and fix what they messed up.
Well, what is your request?
Does the councilman know that I agree, but the city had a responsibility to go back and ask, and they didn't? I'll give you those numbers. You can call yourself.
Go ahead.
You don't have to give me no numbers. The emergency manager, Public Act 436, Mike Brown, all of them came in and jacked this city up. That's where it started at. And if the state want to come in and finish what they jacked up, let them come in and fix what they jacked up from the get-go. Call for the question.
Support.
Okay, so I didn't hear. I heard you say
Call
something about
for the
support.
question.
All righty.
Support.
So we have a call for the question and supported by Councilwoman Priestley. Go ahead. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis.
No, thank you. No.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. No. Mr. Earl Alaman.
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no. That fails. And so we are at 2:13 and are you done with your time, Mr. Murphy? Okay. So Mr. Alamin, go ahead.
Madam Chair, can this be taken back to like finance where we can have more time to review it? Because like my colleague said, there is a lot of uncertainty and things that's kind of off in this.
Okay, so we can pose that to the finance guy. Mr. CFO, that question is directed towards you. So go ahead, Mr. Alamin.
Mr. Moore, can we resend this back to finance so we can have more time to review this and correct some things?
Yes, sir.
Where it's off?
That's no problem. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's it. All right. So I'll go ahead and ask, is there anyone else that would like the floor? Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Madam Chair.
Mhm.
So our CFO just said that we can send this back to finance to work on this a little bit. But then we were also told that June 1st was our deadline. So when is our next finance meeting? I need to understand which thing is true.
Can I?
Have at it.
The master fee schedule is not something that's required by the charter or the state law to be done by a certain time. You can adjust that anytime that the council wants to make a change for that.
Okay, Councilwoman, did you hear?
I did hear him, so this has no bearing on what we're doing tonight, is basically what you're saying to me. Because part of this, the point of this meeting is to handle the budget, and you said that this has no effect on the rest of that, correct? So this is not a June 1st thing.
this does not have to be adopted with the budget. This can be modified and changed whenever the council wants to. Traditionally, the council has adopted it in June, but that's not required.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
So go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Moore, but aren't some of these fees accounted for in the budget?
Yes, but the number of changes we've had are overall are pretty small.
So, but we still have to approve a
We do-
fee schedule
we
in
do-
order to approve the budget.
We do recommend that you adopt the fee schedule, but it's not necessarily required that you adopt it because
So-
overall, the fees are fairly small, the ones that have changed.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I keep hearing about having a working session for the budget. In your recollection, has there ever been one?
For the budget adoption resolutions that are before you now, they generally come when you schedule the special meeting to adopt the budget. The working sessions are consider the departmental budget hearings and the community budget hearings, but no, there has never been there's been one after the fact because you didn't adopt it in time, so you did have a meeting after, but
Request
to
for
have,
information.
What is your request?
Madam Chair, to the speaker, to clerk. Clerk Donahue, do you realize we have had working sessions?
Okay.
And maybe not this term of me being on council, but my first term, every year we have had working sessions outside of the budget hearings for the departments.
Okay.
So
Go.
please be truthful and state the facts.
All right, so go ahead and proceed, Madam Clerk.
as I mentioned, there might have been working sessions, but the budget adoption resolutions come with this, when the special meeting is set. So those resolutions do not normally appear on committees. They go straight to a special council meeting for budget adoption because they are pretty much the same format every year. So we get them, we do a special meeting for the budget adoption. We don't put them on committee agendas necessarily, except for the times that you did not adopt the budget or it was vetoed or something like that. They might have appeared on a separate meeting, but generally those resolutions are sent to the clerk and put on a special council agenda. And that is considered, the working session is the meeting where you adopt the budget. So everything else would come before that. The budget presentation, the community budget hearings, the departmental budget hearings, that's usually when you talk about the specifics of those things.
All right, Ms. Priestley, it's still your time.
Thank you. So I suggest that we adopt this master fee schedule and make any adjustments at a later time. I really feel, especially, I'm very concerned that we are not approving revenue for the budget. It's been, and I was, because of our rules, and it's sent to committee without
Request for
discussion.
information.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, what's your request?
If this master fee schedule is not adopted today, does that mean we just stick to the old schedule that's already in place? What does that mean if this is not adopted today?
I think that it's adopted for a fiscal year. That's my time.
All right. So I believe that's everyone. So I'll go ahead and take my time just so I can have clarity in terms of the master fee, because this is what I believe that I'm hearing. I'm hearing that if we adopt the master fee schedule, we can amend it anytime, and the master fee schedule is needed to pass the budget, to be in compliance. Mr. CFO, is that correct?
That's correct. You can adopt, you can modify the master fee schedule anytime during the year that you want. That's correct.
Any time of the year that we want.
Right.
All right, so we will not be locked into everything here. This is just to get the ball rolling for this fiscal year.
That's correct.
And we can come back and have another meeting, even next week if we choose, and we can make some amendments or adjustments, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So that is why I'm going to support this. One thing that I don't want to do, I don't want to continue to point the fingers and point blame. Last year, when some colleagues had some concern over this process, I said from my elected seat, if you have suggestions of how things could be improved, give them to the finance chair so things can flow more smoothly. No one did that. However, individuals, they come to this meeting and they point the finger and they say what's not working and what's to fail. Well, it's 9 of us up here, supposed to be 9 of us up here. Our job is to work together. Unfortunately, we had colleagues that drew lines in the sand and said that they will not work with colleagues. So it's hard to work together and come to a consensus when you already made it up in your mind that you're not going to work with colleagues. That's fine, but that's when things are not complete as they should be. We have 9 thinking minds on this board. And if everyone is working within their capacity, we can get this done. We can utilize this time as a part of the working session. But unfortunately, we use this time to demean others and call people names, which we should not. So I am in full support of passing this. And then I take it on
Request for information.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
Madam Chair, is it that you stated when we take the time to demean each other's and call each other's other names, are you stating when you called me a bitch, is that what you're in reference to?
Right. Ms. Burns, that was improper. But no, I'll say it was in reference to you driving that man to my house, ma'am. So let's not do that. So as I go on with my time, we have the capacity to get it done. Let's focus on what's important. We want to talk about people and talk about things. Talk about the master fee schedule. Point of order that. Request for information that. Take that to court. So I'm going to pass that. So I'm going to pass this so we can adjust this at a later date. Thank you. All right, so we're looking to pass resolution 240-220, which is the master fee schedule. Again, 240-220, which is the adoption and implementation of the 2024-2025 master fee schedule. And it is the resolution resolving that the biennial master fee schedule, which includes water and wastewater volumetric rates and service charges, be approved and implemented as outlined, and kept on file with the city clerk, and resolving that the biennial master fee schedule can and will be modified should the need arise at any time during the biennial time frame for fiscal year 2025, and resolving that the appropriate city officials are authorized to do all things necessary to implement and collect the user fees, and this will be effective July 1st, 2024. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain due to the fact that there's a lack of comprehensive review and collaboration.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alaman?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no, and 1 abstention. So what's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I'd like to move Resolution 240220, adoption and implementation of the 2024-2025 Master Fee Schedule to Finance.
All right, there's a motion to move Resolution 240220 to finance. Any support? Support by the councilman in the first ward. And there is no debate. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain due to the fact that we have not had a working session, whereas the council body can make amendments or changes to the budget.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Earl Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is not in. The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention, so that will be moved to finance. Next, we're on Resolution 240221.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I'd like to make a motion to pass Resolution 240221, which is the fiscal year 2025 exempt employees compensation schedule and cost of living adjustment.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to pass Resolution 240221. Supported by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Any discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Who can speak to this one? Is that, oh, you both, okay. So there is a major concern that the union contracts don't have COLA, and yet you are adding COLA. The exempt employees just received all raises and steps, and there is a big concern about this. Was one reason why the COLA, and the second question I have is the exempt compensation per position included in the budget, or are these additional costs?
The answer to the second question about can the budget handle it? Yes, it's in the budget.
So it's been appropriated as at the current proposed salary schedule. Okay, now as to my first one, Mr. Kim.
Yeah, as to the first one, this city has, as you know, 5 collective bargaining agreements that govern our relations with our organized collective bargaining units. Those agreements they all have different provisions, but almost all of them have some sort of mechanism to account for essentially cost of living type increases. For some of them, there's a flat increase built into the contract itself. For others, there's the wage reopeners that have been brought before the council over the past year. There's no such basically built-in mechanism to deal with that for exempt employees, because there obviously isn't a overarching collective bargaining agreement. So, which has the effect of putting us at a disadvantage when it comes to recruiting and especially retaining staff.
So the only increases are the step increases. So the same amount of money that was budgeted for last year based on your step is exactly, not budgeted, but was approved, is the same for this year. It's just the added step. Is that correct? Where most bargaining units, they have, this is the fees, this is the wage schedule for this year and at these steps, and next year there's like a 3% increase and steps. That's just a.
Yeah, no. What this adjustment to the exempt employee compensation schedule does is apply the cost of living adjustment based off of the federal cost of living adjustments under their for federal programs. And that will apply to all the steps to keep the city's wage scale for its exempt employees at, I guess, what I would describe as a minimally competitive level to help us basically recruit and retain staff, which is a constant challenge. I mean, Phil can talk to you about the difficulties he's had recruiting staff. I've had my own difficulties, replacing vacancies in my department, and that's,
And we still have key employees that are.
And we still have to keep the employees that we have that are, experienced and have a great deal of institutional knowledge that are just absolutely necessary to doing the work of the city.
So the fees, the exempt salary schedule is basically, it was, one time it's static. It doesn't, like, my experience with union contracts is that you have, this is the fee, this is your wage salary schedule for this year. For next year, everybody gets a raise and some people go up a step. Some people are already at the top. That is not built into your salary schedule.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, anyone else would like to speak in the first round? All right, so no one else would like to speak in the first round. All right, so I'll go ahead and utilize my time. All right, so cost of living, is that what they refer to as COLA?
Yes.
Right, okay. And so I understand the fact that we have a hard time retaining talent. And I do remember we gave employees a step increase, correct?
The compensation schedule that the council approved last year included the potential for step increases based on longevity and performance. But since it hasn't been a year since that has been implemented yet, and the city's personnel rules are being revised, still being revised to accommodate those and to provide a system for that to work. So nobody has received any step increases from where they were classified as at last year.
Okay, so did those step increases did not include exempt employees then?
Well, no, that is for the exempt
Okay,
employees.
all right, so I'll make sure, so we passed one for the step increases, so this is totally different, this is for cost of living.
This is revising the exempt compensation schedule that the council approved last summer to account for the things that cost of living adjustments would account for, inflation, primarily inflation.
So this is redoing the step increase, so this is totally scrapping that and?
No, the step increases still remain in the compensation schedule, but this is merely adjusting the schedule so that it stays relevant to basically the current financial costs of living.
Okay, so if this COLA went into effect, how much will this cost us our first year?
Around 220,000.
Pardon?
Or 220,000.
You said about 220,000? Okay, and that's for everyone. All right, and so the next year, because this is a yearly increase, right? So every year they will continue to get a pay adjustment based off of the cost of living.
No, this is a one-time increase. If, based on circumstances next year, that depending on the economic conditions, I would expect that as part of the budget, that the budget process, that any proposed changes would be submitted again to the council at that time. But this would just be the change for, basically, the change to the compensation schedule that would just apply. So it's not like this would be a 3.2% increase this year and then automatically a 3.2% increase next year. That's not how this works. This is just simply applying a 3.2% increase across the board for exempt employees, and that will be the new compensation schedule.
Okay, so the new compensation schedule for COLA.
We've applied the COLA to the compensation schedule to result in what the table that's in your packet.
Okay, all right. So this will cost us $220,000 for this year. All right. So my question is, because cost of living, it definitely affects everyone, and I heard of what you said, but, you know, we also have the other employees. So what's in the works to provide them with the same thing? Because we have a hard time retaining our non-exempt people as well. So what are the steps that we have in place to make sure that they are getting a taste of some COLA?
Well, as I mentioned, like there have been the wage reopeners for 1,600, I believe 1,799 will be presented to you later probably within the next few months. There's also this year I believe it's the police sergeants collective bargaining agreement is under negotiation right now. Next year, I believe the 1,600 and 1,799 collective bargaining agreements will expire and be up for renegotiation in 2025. So it's a process. It's basically a continual process of trying to, address all these issues as part of all the various labor groups.
Okay, and they will be able to, I guess, review or examine the COLA process for their bargaining union as well?
I think it's a little premature to talk about that, like specifics with the contracts that are being negotiated or have not yet actually officially begun negotiations, but that would be one factor to take into account generally during negotiations.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that to put it on there, but I'm just talking about so they have the opportunity to have the conversation.
Absolutely, that's 100% one of the reasons why you negotiate contracts.
Thank you. All right, so we are going on to the second round. Anyone in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Okay, so is this already included in the budget?
Yes. Yes.
It's already included in the budget?
Yes.
The 3.2% cost of living raise?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the exempt employees will get this?
Correct.
Okay. And so, and I'm just trying to go back. The hourly employees, when will they get their cost of living adjustment?
There are hourly exempt employees that this would affect, and so they would receive this.
Okay.
When this goes into effect, if this goes into effect. For hourly employees that are members of collecting bargaining units, that would be this year. That would be determined based on their individual, whatever the agreements are. Like I said, there are some agreements that have built in a automatic increase of some factor. Others have a wage reopener process that they have to go through to get that. So it's going to vary from collective unit to collective unit.
So this is already embedded in the budget?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, here now we're going to go ahead and call for the vote. And we're looking to pass Resolution 240221, which is the cost of living adjustment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Earl Alleman.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is, you said 7, what you say? Thank you. 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we're on to Resolution 240222.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
make a motion to approve 240222.
There's a motion on the floor to approve Resolution 240222.
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
I thought I'd support.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Byrne.
It was Councilman Murphy. I heard him talking. I don't know, did he need the floor? Oh, okay, you were just reading out. Mr. Moore, you don't have to stand up, sir. Okay. Yeah. Mine is just going to be brief. This is for our budget adoption, and it's not number one to say if you don't agree. It's for me to say, give us the amount of time to cover things and have the departments that we request. That wasn't done. Some of the budget hearings that I attended, we didn't have enough time to even question department heads and how the system works. We go through the clerk takes it to Clyde Edwards, and then we have to wait for an answer. That doesn't work. It's ineffective. It just simply is. So when I look at one of the biggest things for me with the budget is the administrative consent order. I know Councilman Murphy spoke out. I'm not in disagreement with him that the state should have gave us money. That anger should have been spent some other place. But we did have a responsibility to go back. We never went back to the state. That should have happened. Not just that, there was $25 million and another $35 million that the city didn't seek to get. So when we looked at administrative consent order, I believe there are 17 projects that are not complete, which means at 0%. We have another 5 projects that are between 20 and 90% complete, to be completed. And so that is very troubling to me. There's a lot of things about this budget. I don't like doing everything at the last minute as far as like we're doing today. Budget adoption should have been just budget adoption. And if we had last minute questions, to have had department heads here, because some last minute questions may have come up that we may have been, we had questions about. I think it would have assisted and helped even our CFO if that had have happened. Limiting access to information is a problem for me, along with transparency. And I do not see how we will pay for these projects. Also, I don't even see how maintaining our pension fund is going to be maintained. I don't see it. When we look at where we're funded at, we were supposed to get $220 million. We got $170 million. I don't know what happened with the $50 million. It had been promised in the press that we would get it. We never got it. So there are so many things that we need to look at. When people come here and they serve, they work, and they retire, they depend on their retirement as to take care of themselves and their families. Not having that pension fund funded where it should be is a very serious issue for me. So I will not be voting yes to adopt this budget, because I think that is our finance chair. I think that we should have had more information, the budget report, and then we have the TMF report. And I read the administrative consent order. I wrote on it. I even had to put sticky notes on top of it because I ran out of room. These are serious things that even at this time we're adopting the budget, people still can't drink from their tap water, their faucet, without a filter. You can't. You can't. I'm not in for, and I'm in disagreement too, you have an either or. We did a no bid contract for priority, a no bid contract. And inside of our charter states, section 8-301, page 76, the city shall by ordinance establish procedures to protect the interests of the city and to assure fairness in procuring property and services. This ordinance shall require competitive bidding for purchases and contracts. There may be cases where we clearly define an ordinance in which competitive bidding is not required. The ordinance shall define lower responsible bidder. So when Priority first got this contract, they were not the lowest. There were several. We weren't afforded to see some of the ones prior because our DPW director was instructed to shred a contract prior. So when I'm looking at all of this, and we have priority and no bid contract, and just like I've stated for months, we are either have to take that $2 million to shore up that waste fund, or we're going to be passing a tax assessment on to the residents. I'm not willing to do that. We had no business taking a no bid contract from priority. That should have never happened. That should have went out to bid. Other carriers should have been afforded the opportunity to bid on it. That's my time.
All right, anyone else would like to speak in the first round? Anyone else would like to speak? All right, anyone else like to speak in the second round?
Madam
Okay, with
Chair.
that, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to the Ombudsman's office.
Oh, okay.
So what did she say?
So you say you would like to make an amendment to the Ombudsman's office?
Yes, I'd like to reduce the amount down to $250,000 per the charter.
Oh, okay. So there has been an amendment to the Ombudsman's office to reduce the funding to $250,000 per the charter. Okay.
And that's all right.
I didn't hear the second thing. Okay. Okay. All right. So we will go ahead and, let me go ahead and make sure that I'm clear. So Madam Clerk, do we vote in general to make this a point one?
You gotta ask for a second first.
Well, right, okay, okay, cool, gotcha. All right. Appreciate you staying with the clock. All right, so you make a motion to do it?
Yeah, I did.
All right, I didn't hear you say it in the motion format. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to amend the ombudsman piece to $250,000. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman of the 7th Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
First of all, that department, if anything, we need to be giving it more money. We absolutely need to. So to reduce it down, I don't know. And it's funny how I seen Attorney Kim just hop up in his seat. You know, with looking as thrilled as he could. This office is supposed to function for the people. For the people. And it's supposed to be where you can go and it's neutral. If you have an issue, you go to the ombudsman. The office has not ever been funded properly at all. She's had to fight for heat, had to fight for water, you know, ink, just basic things. I don't think she still has a P card. Now, they gave excuses for the $20,000 P card over in the DDA, but I guess it's who you know. I'm not agreeing to reduce that because it should function. A lot of the issues that people come before us, you know, if they say I need a restoration with my grass, or I had an issue with the police department, or I had an issue with the water department, the ombudsman is supposed to take care of those issues so that if people come here, they can solve their issues. You have to properly fund it. Now, here it is, we just gave people COLA, cost of living increase, and we gave that. But we want to decrease how this office, which is supposed to function to help the people, the residents. So they pick and choose. I'm not picking and choosing for that office to anything. It should be more money. We need to be supportive of that office. But when we get people who make comments that they haven't did basic cleaning or housework or whatever, I was offended by that as a black woman when you're referring to another black woman. I was offended by that. You know, when you're talking about a woman who holds a master's degree and her basic housekeeping, I didn't appreciate that. And that came from our city attorney. And when you understand the history of black women, that was the only job that they could get was in housekeeping. My grandmother could not get another job. It was just housekeeping. It was derived out of sharecropping and then slavery.
Request for information. Were you offended when the black woman called a monkey?
So I was offended when you called me a bitch. That's when I was offended. I was offended when the president of the Flint City Council called me a bitch. Another black woman called another black woman a bitch. I was offended. And your official role and title when you were not sitting in your designated
Point of
seat.
order.
I was offended.
Go ahead, what's your point?
We are on a resolution to reduce the ombudsman's office budget.
We are, thank you. Ms. Burns, please stay germane.
And
Proceed.
I need you to stay germane. So, when it comes to reducing this, I'm not going to. I have seen the ombudsman's office when it was properly funded, that it was taken care of, and it took care of the people. That's the purpose. We can't even manage to get her sworn in. It's just not, it just hasn't happened. And so when you fight so hard, just like Attorney Kim is fighting so hard, he wants to appeal my case, he's costing the city money. It's costing the city money. And I voted for you. I thought you might be fair. And they told me not to vote for you. They told me not to vote for you. They said, do not vote for him. And I'm an independent vote, and I did. But when you are recklessly putting people in harm's way, and when a judge decides to write a 20-page decision, that's a problem.
What is your point?
We on a resolution to reduce the ombudsman's office budget.
And I'm talking about issues that could be at the ombudsman's office.
Thank you.
This is an issue that could be in the ombudsman's office.
So, Ms. Burns, let's stay germane.
I am. This
Go
is an
ahead.
issue that could be.
That's your time.
And matter of fact, there was a complaint with the ombudsman's office, so that's how it's germane. It's just as germane with the ombudsman's office that we had that $11,000 lawnmower check there and that $1,500 check there.
Ms. Burns,
those are things that the
let's
ombudsman's
stay
office
germane.
takes care of. Those things are sent to the ombudsman's office. So when we talk about what that office does, it makes sure that things are done in a decent, orderly fashion, that you're following the city charter. That's what it does. So when I speak to a city attorney who made a comment to the ombudsman about housekeeping as he rolls his eyes, we have a conversation. It's not professional what he's doing right now as he rolls his eyes back. That office should be funded. It should be funded fully so it can fully support the resident, so that we can function. There's enough dysfunction up here. It's enough. That office should be adequately staffed and adequately supported with dollars. That is my time.
All right, anyone else would like to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So, as a charter commissioner who set the $250,000 limited budget in the charter, knew $250,000 was the bare minimum. And although I have problems and issues with the process of how they appointed the ombudsman or how they trying to appoint the ombudsman, although I have problems with the Ethics and Accountability Board, some of the members coming to city council blurting out in the audience, and it's supposed to be setting an example of what ethics and accountability look like. I have serious issues with some issues going on with the Ethics and Accountability Board. I have issues with the way the reporting to council is with the ombudsman. So there are some critical issues that I think we need to address as city council, dealing with the ombudsman's office and the ethics, especially the Ethics and Accountability Board, how we appoint members and the conduct of how they are conducting, not all of them, but how some of them are conducting themselves. That is totally against what we thought we was voting for when I served on the Charter Commission and decided to create the Ethics and Accountability Board. So those are some issues. I don't believe that we ought to be cutting the budget of the charter to the $250,000 bare minimum. We barely got that in there. We just created a board for the Human Relations Commission to get started and up and running. So they're gonna need their own budget to be able to do what they want to. And now is not the time to be cutting the charter, the ombudsman's budget, being that the Human Relations Commission budget is up under the Ombudsman's office. So I would not be supporting reducing this budget for the Ombudsman's office. I think we should keep it where we at and move on. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak on this?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I too will not be voting to reduce the Ombudsman's budget. In fact, you know, it was really hard trying to get them to get to place their $250,000 in their budget. And in fact, in my opinion, we need to increase their budget so that they can be able to operate effectively and efficiently. So I will not be voting to reduce their budget. And I don't even understand why. If there's some other things in this budget we probably need to reduce, as opposed to reducing Ombudsman's department, their budget. So no, my vote is a no. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman 7th Ward.
Madam Chair, so the reason that I agree to support our finances chair's amended motion is simply because we do need to have a conversation about this. This needs to be discussed. We are all on different ends of this for whatever the reasons, and I think that this is one of those things that it all needs to just be put on the table of where everyone's thoughts are concerning the ombudsperson's office. Now, for me, it doesn't matter who is or isn't in the office. I understand there are qualifications that we must adhere to. I understand every part of that. For me, the thing that matters to me in that ombudsman's office is if the person is getting to complaints, keeping up with evidence, if they are staffed well enough to do those things, if they are taking care of everyone's complaint in a fair manner. Those are the things that matter. What matters is the caseloads that they take on and that they take them on in a genuine manner. And if those caseloads, and if we're taking on enough cases during the year. And again, I'm gonna go back to the staffing for that office as well, making sure that they are staffed in a way that they can take on more caseloads. We have to put aside whether we are for or against whomever may be in that office and look at the office and how that office needs to operate. And so when we talk about taking from or adding money, we need to make sure that it's coming from a place of how can this office operate with that money? Is it being properly utilized? And if we take away now, are we taking it away because the office needs the bare minimum and it won't need the other money to operate in the future? If we're adding, is it because they need it added? I think we have to get rid of the personality part of this and look at the job performance, and whatever else is needed to make sure that that office runs effectively. I do thank all of my colleagues for their thoughts and how they're sharing this on this matter. I would also ask all of my colleagues.
Please hold. Excuse me. Could you please gather a little further outside the chambers because we hear your conversation. Thank you. Go ahead, proceed.
I would also ask all of my colleagues again to, because this is no secret.
Please hold again. You've been asked, please, could you stop speaking so we hear you? So could you please take that out to the lobby? It's fine if you ignore me. Officer, could you please escort the people that's speaking right there? What's your point? What's your point? They would, in any event, thank you. You don't.
You cannot. They wouldn't stop here. Point of order. There was not even a
What's your
warning
point?
given. There was not even a warning
We
given.
asked,
Madam Chair, you are the president. The rules state a warning. They stopped talking.
Okay, thank you. So it. Oh, okay. So you stop talking. Okay, that's fine. Well, let's stop talking now, and let's go ahead and proceed. So thank you, officer, for standing there to make sure that we're not talking. Thank you, officer, for doing your job. Proceed with Councilwoman.
I just want us to make sure that when we think in terms of the ombudsperson's office, that we are thinking outside of whomever may be sitting in that office, but we're considering the office and what that office is supposed to be for the people. That is my only request when we talk about adding and or subtracting money where this office is concerned.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Elamine.
I think cutting down the budget of the ombudsman role would do a disservice to the residents, knowing the importance of this position. And so I cannot support this.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Through you to, I'm not certain if Mr. Edwards or Mr. I'm sorry, Sir Phil Moore. I'm not sure which of them exactly is the better to answer, but I have questions as relates to the budget itself and.
Please poll again. Again, if we're not talking, I shouldn't hear them speaking up here while the councilman in Ninth Ward is trying to speak. They said that we're not talking. That's what they said. We're not talking. And if we hear them up here, they're talking. We hear you. Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
So, Mr. Moore, can you share with me this, when I look on the budget, in any of the departments, personnel services, does that line item there include fringes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if I were, do we know what is our percentage for fringes?
I don't think I've ever calculated that because for each department it's a little bit different.
I'm sorry?
For each, just a second, I can calculate that for you. I haven't ever calculated that by itself.
Okay, because I'm looking at, for example, I mean, we're talking about the ombudsman, and for 2024, the personnel service line item was $200,831. And then the proposed is $264,918. What I'm trying to get to is, of either of those totals, how much of that is actual salary versus how much might be fringes, which will help me to understand what the projected FTE is. Because as been stated, this is, by many of us, we estimate that, where we are saying that this is an important area, and we need it to be properly supported, both by, a budget and as well as by having staff enough to support the operation. So I'm trying to understand, especially if we're talking about lowering, and I'm almost making an assumption, which you shouldn't always do. When we're talking about lowering it to $250,000, is that the total for the ombudsman's office, including personnel services and pension and supplies? Or are we saying lower it? I mean, and this wouldn't be to you per se, but I'm talking out loud to you because this is the question on the floor.
The budget includes 3 personnel,
3 full-time FTE?
Right.
Do we know what those salaries are?
I do. I don't think I have that sheet with me, but there's a
Point of
director, administrative
information.
assistant, and an analyst.
The ombudsman gets paid the same amount as the clerk.
I'm sorry.
The ombudsman gets paid the same amount as clerk per charter.
That's correct.
That's good information. I don't know what that means, dollars and cents wise. I'm trying to understand dollars and cents wise how we're gonna, if we can even try to make $250,000 work.
The salary for the ombudsman person is approximately $95,000.
$95,000, and fringes would be, conservatively speaking, what? And then for the other 2 FTE, what kind of salary do those 2 roles?
Point of order.
What is your point?
Madam Chair, I can't hear because you're talking. Could you please lower your voice? I can't hear their conversation because you're talking. You're loud.
Right. Okay.
Thank
sure.
you.
Go ahead.
Is he looking for something?
Well, it suffices to say 250,000 is not going to work. I mean, by the time, even if I said those 2 other persons make half of what the ombudsman makes,
right,
that's 190,000 right there without any fringes,
that's
without any addition of pension or OPEB or any supplies. I mean, if we're gonna, again, when we're as I am having this conversation, and if this line item is one, or any line item is one that we're gonna adjust, I mean, as the councilman stated, who was actually on the commission, and you're good. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Just the big cost for fringes for any of the employees is the legacy pension costs.
Okay.
Because we have to pay that regardless of whether or not, we have to pay that. And for that position, it'd be approximately $40,000 a year of legacy costs, not the ongoing, just for things that have happened prior years.
And that typically, when you start looking at fringes, you are at almost about 50% of whatever the salary is.
Right.
So, again, when we're making this 250, even if we were going to adjust it, that number is not a realistic number that can work.
That's a value decision
Thank
you'll
you.
have to make.
All right. So anyone else in the last round? I think that's
Second
it was the
round.
first round. Excuse me.
Madam Chair.
No. It's my turn.
Oh,
It's all right. So just want to talk about this office of the ombudsman. It was a limited amount of us here the day that we had the budget hearing. And when we had our hearing, a few things came to light. One thing that we need to realize is if our ombudsman is going to get paid amount as the same as a city clerk, we need to make sure that the office is functioning as it's supposed to within this capacity. It's certain things that you can do, and a few things are as listed. We're talking about the Flint City charter, and let me go ahead and just pull up the piece. It was asked by the ombudsman because we have never received a report. We have not. And so the Human Relations Commission, that's something that we've been waiting on. And so now it's I think they're about to have their first meeting this month because the council people finally put the people in line.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Did you know that the report for the ombudsman is to go to the Ethics and Accountability Board? her report goes to them.
I do, thank you. And so what we also know is that she didn't even know that she had to do one. And as we wave our hands, that's fine, just come to the meetings. When we were here, she admitted that she never did it. Out of all of her time here.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Per the Flint City Charter, she's not required, at that meeting, Madam Chair, you asked if she had given it to council. You misstated yourself. Her report has to go to the Ethics and Accountability Board. She did not say she did not give it to the Ethics and Accountability Board. Big difference. You're doing a play on words.
Okay,
You're
well,
not correct, Madam Chair.
no, I'm doing attending a meeting. And when I attended the meeting, she did not know. She did not know that she had to do these duties. She was asked up front, are you familiar with your job duties? Then we began to ask and go through charter. We began to go through charter and we began to ask those things about having the report. And she responded no. And then she was responding, okay, so how am I supposed to do this? When you're getting paid almost $100,000 from this office, we need to make sure that we're getting what we need to from this office. And then when we asked about the caseload, I think she reported approximately like a little over 30 for the fiscal year, 30 cases for the year. This was reported. But not just that, I will go ahead and go to some information that was shared with me. Hi, Counsel, Dr. Lewis, FYI, I filed an EAB complaint, okay? And my complaint was never investigated. I received a series of these after we had the meeting, the budget hearing. And then people reached out and was talking about how evidence was also destroyed from the office. So if we have an ombudsman who we're talking about funding with an extra $100-something,000, they're not doing the bare minimum. And I will also speak on, as someone that has filed complaints with that office. We have not received an email acknowledging the complaints. We have not received emails acknowledging that the complaint was closed. A lot of things are not taking place, so why are we continuing to fund fully an office that's not giving us the service that they can provide? We understand that some things that they can't do, like excessive investigations in the field, we get that with limited staff. But when you are refusing to do the bare basics of your job when you're making almost 6 figures, that's very questionable. So I'm not comfortable funding an office fully until we can at least get full service from the person that's there. And that's just minimum things. The minimum things is, again, this is the resident speaking. This isn't just me. And then I will also go back to me again. I had to go back to them and say, hey, why didn't you all, what's the status of my complaint? And then I was told that they violated the Open Meetings Act when they went into session to discuss it. You're not supposed to do certain things. So as this office is supposed to be the accountability arm of the city, it's not being held accountable. So I'm open to a conversation, but I'm not comfortable funding an office that's not fully functioning for the people. Again, per this, the person said that the complaint was never investigated. They were never contacted. So what are we going to do about these things? The destroying of evidence. Because again, if you're getting paid 6 figures not to do your job, what are we doing here? So, second round, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Thank you. Yes, during the public hearing, the budget hearing, there was some major concerns with her knowing what her duties were. The EAB board had never received her report. She was questioning some other items. Her heat is an absolute right to that office. And for her to have working conditions that anybody should walk into should be a right of this city employee. The charter says $250,000. I think that it right now. It needs somebody else in the office. I'm not saying that she's the right person for the job or not. I am saying that she doesn't know her job. She was waiting to hear. She was waiting to hear about appointments to the Human Relations Committee, and we informed her that those were part of the approved agenda items that everybody got an email for. She's never looked at those. So, concerned about that. Does she need help? Do we need somebody in the office to answer phones? Absolutely. I also suggested that she bring in an intern or a temp, because if she hires somebody for her whole job, then she cannot go back to that job, and she does not meet minimum qualifications of the position. So that's why I suggested putting it down to $250,000. If it's not the will of this body, I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to be mad. It's what our charter says is the minimum amount. I'm not holding it against the office or the person. It's just that it's not working as it should be, and we do need help in that office, and we need to get her the equipment that's necessary. Do you know, Mr. Morris, she got her printer or access to a printer? Because she was asking for a dedicated printer, and it's like, you can use we have printers.
It has been ordered. Whether it has arrived or not, I don't know.
Okay, so that came out as a result, and that is being ordered for her office. So as I said, if this is not the will of the body to decrease the budget down to $250,000, it's a starting point, so it's a discussion point, and that's what this is for. Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
So some of the things which are basic, can the office function? Does it have the right talent or the capacity building? We haven't, she's still asking for basic things such as heat in the wintertime. Heat. A printer. You can't function when the city hasn't made sure she had the things to function normally with. And when we talk about how do you function in a dysfunction, when she worked for the prior ombudsman, Mrs. Dorsey didn't even have an office. She didn't have office furniture. And it was difficult for her to even find that, or even a space to where they felt that it was private. And so the ombudsman's office has to work in the capacity to where it's neutral, non-biased. You cannot, I don't think that our legal department or any department in City Hall doesn't have a printer. And any department doesn't have heat. So if we staff and equip this department with what it needs, then maybe some of the amazing things she can get done. Because here it is, and I'm going to tell you, even myself, I'm going to miss some phone calls. I'm going to miss some things. But that doesn't mean I'm derelict in my duty. And when I've missed a phone call, or when a councilwoman Lewis put on her page with a person, I didn't call the person and contact the back, which was a lie because I emailed her back February the 5th, by the way, to take care of her sidewalk.
Request more information. Do you know that was from the constituent, not me? So they called you liar, not me.
And you went
Go
back
ahead.
and forth with that. But people are going to we're going to miss calls because we don't have staff. And that was one of the things. We don't have staff. We are our own secretaries. We are our own photographers. We're our own whatever it is that we're out there. We have to do it all. That's to say that every council person here makes every call. That's to say that everything in the 6th Ward is perfect. It's not. It's not. I don't cut grass. I'm allergic to grass. So is it some grass that's high because it's growing season? Absolutely. And this could be the same for the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Does her ward look the way it should look? When buildings catch on fire, she's not out there trying to fight the fires. She's not out there.
Ms. Burns, let's be germane to this, and let's not be demeaning towards colleagues.
You have a habit of stealing the floor
Thank
from
you.
me. So, this
Continue.
is my time. This is my time. And so when we talk about what each ward does and each person, we need to give people some grace because they may not have the time. We don't all take, I'm gonna miss some calls. I'm going to miss some calls, not on purpose, but it's going to happen. And so give people, she didn't have heat, she didn't have a printer. How can you even have a department and function when you don't have a printer? You can't be in the office if you don't have heat. Talent is hard. A lot of our departments aren't fully staffed. They're not fully staffed because people don't want to come work for Flint because of the low wages. Let's talk about the real things that affect why that department isn't doing what it needs. We have a shortage in the police department. Why? The wages aren't competitive enough. And gentlemen back there, I'm sorry y'all got to run from shooting and shooting because it's just not fair for you. It's not. When we equip people and give them what they need, then we can make complaints. But we are not absent, number one, of judgment ourselves, as we call place judgment on her department. We're not. We don't all get it right. I don't get it right every day. It is my effort to, but I don't, and neither do my other colleagues.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
So my concern here, because I notice we keep saying her. We are making this about a person and not the office. We need to stop doing that. And I understand that the argument there is going to be that the person that is in the office matters. 100% wholeheartedly agree with that, right? And there is a room and space for that conversation. But the conversation that we need to have right now, based on the budget that we are trying to pass, is what does that office need? Got it. We all understand the office needs qualified employees. I understand that. That is a bridge we must cross. We cannot avoid crossing that bridge. But right now, in this budget hearing, talking about the office moving forward, for both of my colleagues, I would ask that you both remove her from your minds when you're talking about how we move this ombudsperson's office forward. The person can be discussed later, the qualifications, the missing information, the missing heat, the missing printer. All of that can be discussed and should be discussed. But right now, as we all have to make a decision on this budget, I would ask that my colleagues, please talk about the office and what the office needs and if it makes sense. I do believe my colleague in the 4th Ward did state some reasons for why she thought it would be best to cut the budget right now. And so what I'm waiting to hear is a strong rebuttal that has nothing to do with the person. So if we could please make it about the office, because I'm listening and I'm trying to hear everyone's point of view as I formulate my decision on how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and take my time. So one of the things was during the hearing, I asked for a breakdown of, it was the training and conferencing budget. I believe it, or no, I think it was professional services and training and conferences. I asked for that during the hearing. I have yet to receive that. I asked for that. I have yet to receive that. And moreover, I have a question as well, because I'm looking, as I look at the at the pension, it said that fiscal year 2024 budget and fiscal 25 proposed. It looks like the fiscal year 2024 is 138, then it goes down to 83,000. Mr. CFO, could you please tell me why that's so? And again, we need to make sure that our office is giving us everything that we're supposed to get. We asked for these things, have not received, and I understand we want to make sure that we get good ombudsman going forward. And I trust that. Let me ask this question first. So, let me ask you this: if we were to reduce this to 250,000, could we put more money in the budget at a later date?
You can, yes.
Okay, thank you for saying that. So I'm going to go ahead and pause there. We need for this office to do its office jobs. Hearing that we can put We can put the remaining 100-some-thousand, I didn't do the math, but it's rough, 100-some-thousand back in the budget when we get what we need from this office. When this office gets in order, then we can fully fund it. But right now, what are we funding? What are we funding? It's not personal with me. I don't know the lady. I don't at all. But what I do know is when residents reach out to me and tell them that they're not even getting feedback, acknowledgement of the complaints that they submit, the status of their complaints, any closure in complaints, then we're not getting reports from her through the EAB, or I'll say from the office. So I think it'll be, in all fairness, let's have some standards. Unless we just want to throw money at the office, that's fine. But again, I'm going to sleep regardless however you choose to vote. It's up to you. Or if you want to give this office willy-nilly that money, that's fine. But if we fund it with $250,000, make sure that we receive everything that's needed. We have this conversation to get this office where it needs to be, then we can fund the rest. I'm totally for that. I am an advocate of that. Let's get them together, and then we can give them the rest of the funds. But as of right now, we're not getting any bang for our buck. And this isn't me. This is from the residents, from that office. So what are we going to do? It's in your hands.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to have just one more round of 2 minutes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to have one more round of 2 minutes.
Support.
All right, support. All right, so it's supported? All right. So we're going to go ahead and call for the vote because it's time, and that's just 2 minutes per person if need be. So go ahead, Madam Clerk. This is voting to add one round of 2 minutes per person.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
No. You're not Ms. Burns.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Earl Alleman? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. That passes. So we're going to go ahead and open the floor back up. So who will be the first speaker in the third round for 2 minutes?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I do want to say, with us having to, and I agree with my colleague in the 7th, focusing on the job, that we have to fund. Getting that 250 was like growing a third arm. And I think that when we say that was just the basic. So taking away funding, let's allow this office to be funded. Human relations, the human resource department, they have the jobs that are out there. The jobs that are out there. And so with that, those postings being there, I think that we have to give them the amount of time that they need to fill them. I think it's only fair that we do that. That office is so important. And when it's functioning, she can do some great things. And it used to function really well. It was really predominantly used for people should be going there for their water bills, issues with the city, so it doesn't bog down other departments. Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, does she send you reports every month, or have you received any reports from the ombudswoman?
No, I have not received.
Have you received any budget reports?
From the ombudsperson's office?
From the ombudsperson?
No.
So she doesn't give you a report every month?
No.
Okay, because she had stated that she did. Is she giving it to ENAB board, or?
It must be, I don't receive any, I haven't received any
Okay, so you haven't
reports.
received any report. And I don't want to get stuck on that part. If, whatever the office, because we don't have a sworn-in ombudsman, choose another one then, but don't lower the amount. We don't want to have an office unfunded. And it's not that easy to put money back in.
All right, anyone else like to speak? Mr. Jarrett?
So, just having had conversation with the CFO, just looking at the numbers, it was stated that the ombudsperson's salary, $95,000. It was stated about 50% for pension or for fringes, which will include pensions. So that's $142,000 just for the ombudsperson. It was said that there are 2 other full-time staff. Let's say those full-time staff make half of what the ombudsperson makes. So that's $42,500 each. So that would basically be those 2 persons equal the $95,000, $190,000, plus the $95,000 in fringe. So you're at $284 just with fringes and salary. That gives them no supplies, no operating expenditures. If I understand correctly, if a department does not use all of their allocated funds, they don't get expended. So just because they are allotted this amount does not mean necessarily that it's going to get expended. I would rather us ensure that we have properly supported them financially and then have them return us money than leave them short and then we have to come back and try to haggle.
All right, anyone else in the third round? All right.
Oh, I thought somebody else was asking for the floor. I'm sorry, I thought they were asking for it. I think my colleague in the 9th Ward raises some good points. I just wish we could do better than hypotheticals, right? Because we don't have actual numbers as far as how much the staff is making, how much the pension and all that is going to cost. So I just want to make sure that we are being careful with this budget in the way that we need to be careful with this budget, that we're not allocating money that could possibly be allocated somewhere else that it needs to go. This is a tough one because we absolutely need this office and we need this office operational. And we also have other areas that we need money to go to and we need them to be operational as well. I do appreciate my colleagues for granting me the opportunity to have another round to just hear a little bit more, hear more thoughts. We have to get this right when it comes to this office, and I'll just leave it at that.
All right, anyone else in the third round? Anyone else in the third round? All right, so seeing that there's no one else, I'll go ahead and utilize my time. So as we look at the, we're looking at the actual budget in 2023, the budget in 2024, it looks like, let me go ahead and ask, Mr. CFO, real quick question. Because I heard that we had 2 full-time employees. I thought that's what I heard Mr. Jarrett mention, having 2 full-time employees. Because we don't. So do we have, right now, do we have 2 full-time employees?
I don't believe so. I believe there are 2 employees, the ombudsperson and an administrative assistant, I believe, are the only 2 that they have. I believe they may be advertising for the 3rd position, but I don't believe it's been filled yet.
So we do have an administrative assistant
Yeah.
in the office?
No. I know that they were looking actively for a.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I don't know that they have been trying to actively hire an administrative assistant. Whether that person's on board or not, I don't know.
Point of information.
Okay, what was your point?
There is only one person in that office right now. I specifically mentioned during the budget hearings that the reason why they haven't filled her position is because if they did, that she would have nowhere to go if she did not become the permanent ombudsman.
All right, thank you, and that's a very important point.
Request for information. I want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. So there are 2 people in that office right now, correct?
No,
So there's
no.
just the ombuds person.
Just the
And so the
ombudsperson.
other 2 positions have not been filled because there's nowhere else for them to go.
No, that's not,
Okay, correct it.
there's one person there. If they hire an administrative assistant and the ombudsman person that's filling that role right now, doesn't have that title because she doesn't have the qualifications. If she tries to bump back, she won't be able to because the position would have been filled at that point.
Request for information,
What, please pause. What is your request?
because all of this matters in my vote. So we're holding on to a position that cannot be filled, but we're counting money for it right now because we're possibly going to bump the acting ombuds person back. I'm just trying to understand what I'm hearing. So we literally only have room for 2 people in that office and not the 3rd that we're holding money for. Am I hearing that correct?
We have one person. I know they've been actively trying to recruit for the other 2, but I don't know the status of the hiring for that.
Okay, yes, so thank you. So that's what you're hearing, yes. So we have one person not qualified for the spot, and so just in case she don't get it, then it'll be an opening for her to be the administrative assistant.
So
They
we
want to
only,
leave it
request for
open.
information. So we only need to hold money for 2 people, not 3. Okay.
All right, so seeing that I was the last to go in the 3rd round, it's time for us to call for the vote for this amendment. So we're going to vote and see if, vote to pass the amendment to reduce the budget to the ombudsman office for $250,000. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Ms. Darrell Alleman?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
So what was the count?
2 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no, so that amendment doesn't pass. So now we're going back to the resolution of 240222, adopting the fiscal year 2025 budget. All right, any discussion? Any discussion, second round? Yep, so now we're in the second round, go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Go. Yeah, so, yeah, I just asked, no one said anything, so now we're in the second. Go ahead. You said what?
I think I was the only one to speak in the first round. Could you please
Yeah, you
allow-
were.
Yeah, could you let other people speak in the first
Yeah,
round?
we are, second round, go ahead. Go ahead, second round, go ahead.
Go back to the first round.
Go back to the first round, I made
Yeah,
the call.
Yeah, but it was real quick and they didn't hear it.
Oh, okay. So go ahead, second round.
First round.
We're in the first round.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore.
Don't forget.
Mr. Moore, can you please, this is the budget. We need you up front. Mr. Moore, I've gone through my copy of the budget, and I see all of the departments. I was able to come to a couple of the budget hearings, and I listened to the other hearings on the podcast or whatever. But you know, where are the grants? Are the grants included in this budget?
This budget was prepared just like last year's budget. I am planning to present all the grant funds separately because they should be budgeted because they're a special revenue fund. And I'm going to be presenting that very, very soon.
But shouldn't it be included in our budget?
I would.
Our budget is supposed to be a comprehensive view of the city's finances.
I would highly recommend that we do that, yes.
Mr. Moore, and I think one of our audits said that budgets are supposed to be included. Now, you did include the ARPA funds. I see where the ARPA funds are included here.
We should be budgeting for all the grant funds. They're all in special revenue funds.
But it should be within this budget.
I agree with that, yes.
Yeah, so why isn't it not in this budget?
The short answer is that when we were preparing the budget, we tried to replicate what you had last year, recognizing that we needed to do additional work to get the grant dollars prepared. That's what I'm working on right now, is to get the grant budgets prepared so that those can be presented to the City Council for your approval.
Mr. Moore, now we did get this budget March 1st.
Yes.
So you've had enough time, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, you've had enough time to give us a budget as far as the grants. You know, and how are the different departments using these grants within their general budget? This is bad. This does not give us a comprehensive financial picture of the city.
I would agree, but it's not as simple as just, we have to change a number of things to the way we operate in order to prepare it on an annual budget, because the way that cities operated in the past, we've included it for the life of the grant, not for the annual budget, which is the mode in which it should be presented to the City Council, and the way that you should be adopting the budget.
Now, you know, last year I voted to abstain. I did not vote on this budget because I felt like the budget did not give us a comprehensive view of the finances of the city.
Right.
And it looks like it's going to be that again this year, because everything should be included, everything. When you look at a budget, we're supposed to have revenue sources, expenditures. I mean, we need to have the reserves and contingency funds should be in our budget, along with our grants, our opera funds, all of it. It should be a comprehensive view. You know, when you talk about the capital improvements, you talk about the goals are here. Do our budget correlate with what our goals for the city is?
All right. Anyone else like to speak in the first round? All right. Anyone?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moore, on here I do see under our expenditures, I see for ARPA $930,000. or so. Is that representative of our contract with Ernst & Young?
The Ernst & Young contract would be a part of that, yes, sir.
So they're the personnel part, the 671,000?
No, there would be a contract service.
Okay, so so I'm then to assume that there are portions of salaries for employees that are being paid for directly by ARPA?
There are employees being directly paid by ARPA, yes, sir.
Can you give me an idea sort of what some of those roles might be?
We're in the process of hiring people for the business and community services, as well as for the finance department, for the role of administering the ARPA grants. That'd be the one I'm most familiar with.
Are those roles that historically we've had, or are those new?
It's we haven't historically have had them because we haven't had the requirements that the ARPA the ARPA fund insists that we do. We have to provide certification that the funds meet all the ARPA qualifications.
I thought that's
we have to,
what Ernst & Young's role was or is.
They do part of that, yes, sir. They also are part of that.
So what then, so we're hiring these persons in 2024, 2025, we have to expend all dollars, is that correct?
There's a lot of paperwork from both the business community services as well as the finance part in terms of preparing reports for the federal government related to that. The Ernst & Young makes sure that the funds are an appropriate purpose and allowed under ARPA.
So if I were to sort of look at this 900,000 and then the 700,000 or so that was requested for Ernst & Young's, we're at about 1.6 million for admin.
That's
between the two.
That's probably about right, yes, sir.
Okay, so are we looking to retain those persons after the ARPA dollars are expended?
No.
So they know that they're coming. Are they coming in on contract then, or are they going to be?
They'll be hired with the knowledge that it's grant funded.
Okay. And we're that's not fair. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, no one else in the second round? We will, Mr. Morton, one last question. So this is the second round and my time, talking about resolution 240222, the passing of the budget. So if we don't vote to pass this budget, what are the repercussions?
I'm not, depends on when you don't pass the budget. Effective July 1st, we would not be able to spend any money if we don't have an approved budget. But by charter and by, I believe, state law, we're supposed to, it's required that we adopt the budget sooner, but I don't know what the penalty is for that.
Okay.
If I could,
please,
Council President, the charter specifies that the City Council will adopt a budget by the first Monday in June. So basically, in terms of adopting the budget, if it's not adopted by tonight and it's not adopted by Monday, the council would be in violation of the charter.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Attorney Kim. I'm not gonna have you stamp. Thank you so much. And so going back to you, Attorney. So Council being in violation of charter, what does that mean?
That's a complicated question right now, I'll just say.
Okay. All right, not a problem. So, just wanted to state on the record the repercussions for not passing the budget, just so all members of the body, they'll be aware of what's to come if we don't do it. All right, so with that being said, roll call, Madam Clerk, for the adoption of the budget for the fiscal year of 2025.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. L. Alaman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain. This budget does not show a comprehensive financial picture of the city of Flint.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain, and I'm in agreement with Councilman Winfrey Carter. This does not show a comprehensive picture of the city of Flint. We do not have a grants budget, and there are other issues that we don't have.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. The vote is 4 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is four, you said 4 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention?
No,
So,
I'm sorry. 4 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions.
okay, thank you. 4 yes, 1 no, and 2 abstention. So the fiscal year budget for 2025 fails. What's the pleasure of the body? Motion to adjourn. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. L. Alaman? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yep.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett? Yes. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is all yes, no no. Everyone have a great night.
Have a great night. Oh, Madam President. When the government lady ain't talking to us, because she sued the lawyer, Dr. Moore, for $150 million each for the work. Well, Mr. Moore talked like he can't get nobody paid for her money. Like President Trump, go ahead. You,